We see you getting after your fitness goals. But what about those money goals? You can count on Credit Karma for a clear view of your finances and your progress, helping you see results so you can keep checking off those financial personal bests and find your way to money. Progress never felt so good. Intuit Credit Karma. Karma you can count on. Download the app today.
Hello and welcome to episode 271 of Something About the Beatles podcast, a special episode, Now and Then, a new Beatles song. And you may be wondering initially, what is this 1970 song by The Temptations doing opening the show? Well, it sort of helps to connect some dots that were floating around, at least in my head. 1970, so that's the year the Beatles ended, as we know, as a working unit, although obviously August of 69 is really when it ended, but in any event, that's when the world got the news, coinciding with the release of the film and album Let It Be. And here's this Temptations song from 1970, which, if factor in the recording date and issue date, that line evoking the Beatles could have referenced and must have referenced what would have been the latest Beatles record, which was the Let It Be single in March of 1970. So here we are, having now, 53 years later, the song Now and Then, announced as the last Beatles song, capping their career 53 years after they more or less disbanded, and being tacked on to the Blue Album, 1960-1970. So it got me thinking about a lot of things. So the year 1970 generally, which happens to be the birth year of some of our guests today. The fact that the song, there's nothing anachronistic about it, that it would have been out of place on the Beatles' last issued album, Let It Be. A piano ballad from John, alongside the two piano ballads from Paul on that album. There's nothing about the production of Now and Then, other than the technology that went into making it, but sonically, it could have easily come out in 1970 and not have been jarring. It would have just fit. It would have fit the album, would have fit the Beatles' career at that point, if the song had come into being at that time. 1970, just the springtime alone, you had the Apollo 13 near disaster, you had the invasion of Cambodia, you had Kent State. You had the Jackson State shooting as well in the spring. And here's the Beatles arriving with their swan song. It seems like very often through trying times, and certainly there's an awful lot in the lyrics of that Temptation song that are just as applicable today, one could argue. Not necessarily making the case, although one could, that there's been times in our recent history, at least from the Beatles' career on, that something they did or just their very presence, for instance, in the wake of the loss of our president in the autumn of 1963, the very same day their second album drops, and how the big media wave that greeted them in February helped sort of turn the page. There's that. 1968, another terrible year in U.S. history for sure, starting with the Tet Offensive, the two assassinations, Martin Luther King, Bobby Kennedy, and the disruption of the convention in Chicago, August 1968. And on the heels of that, Hey Jude, this tremendous song of healing. So it just seems like the Beatles had this sort of knack for coming along with something soothing and the tonic, and as one guest put it, a pocket of joy. I think that is something no one can disagree with. So here we are. And before we get too far into the show, before I forget, shout out to David Ghosty Wills, who pointed out something to me that I didn't know and I'd not seen reported anywhere else. But at 2:24 into the video for Now and Then, Hello, Goodbye, George, I'd noticed that he goes to holding his guitar practically vertical a la Bill Wyman. But David recently had lunch with Bruce Welch of The Shadows in London, who informed him that that little dance George does is straight out of The Shadows. That's what he was copying. And I found that really, really interesting that here they are, the year of Sgt. Pepper. They're on top of the world by every possible measure, creatively. And it's 6 years after Cry for a Shadow, and here's the Beatles again taking the piss out of The Shadows. Very interesting. In any event, you can look at this show as sort of a kaleidoscope, because what I really wanted to do was, there's no such thing as getting a consensus when it comes to art. What these guests have in common is a great love and reverence for the Beatles and their music. What I really was looking for was to get differing perspectives. Now, what you will find here are people that love the record, have issues with the video, love the video, have issues with the record, love both, have issues with both. But really, I wanted to get people's reactions and perspectives across as broad an array of demographics as I could. Men, women, first-generation fans. The oldest guest on this panel today, Ray Connolly, has just turned 83. The journalist who knew the Beatles, knew John and Paul very well, and I wanted to get people who knew the Beatles, where I had access to them, to react to it. He just turned 83, and he has got a memoir out just this year. I will have a separate conversation coming up very soon, Born at the Right Time. So here's the life of a guy who worked with a ringside seat to some of the greatest creators and artists of the 60s and 70s. And this is his memoir, going back to as a sort of parallel life to the Beatles. He was born in 1940. John Lennon once told him, if we'd gone to the same school, I would have asked you into the Quarrymen. He's also published, of course, Being John Lennon, what I consider the finest Lennon bio currently out there, as well as the Ray Connolly Beatles Archive, which is a collection of his contemporaneous writings and interviews with the Beatles from the 60s. So I've got him on there at one end of things. On the other end, I wanted to have a Gen Z Beatle fan, and I was lucky enough to be connected with Skylar Moody, who some of you might know. She's a Beatle historian in the making right now that's out there. You see her all over the social media. She just turned 24, I believe. And so you've got the 59 years between them. Ray Connolly was 24 in 1964. Think of what a momentous year that was for the Beatles. And here we are, 59 years after that. Another new Beatles record has dropped. Everybody on this planet right now, whether in their single digits or first-generation fan, they're getting to witness the release of a new Beatle record. And for the first-generation fans, I'm sure they had no idea this would ever occur again in their lifetime, so that itself is an occasion for joy, and even more so for the people who the Beatles are just history. They're just a YouTube video, and suddenly they've got a new record to enjoy in real time that's fresh and unheard before. So this is a big, momentous thing. And podcasts didn't exist in the 90s, but I'm sure had they been around, I would have been doing this for Free as a Bird in Real Love. But here you go. So think of it as, I like the visual imagery of Ringo's ring at the end of Help during the end credits. Sort of this refraction of different images, all the different facets through the jewel of his ring. That's kind of what the show is, in my head anyway. All these different perspectives, all these different people that love the Beatles and have something insightful to say. Thinking like a person from a publishing background and a writer, I wanted to sort of, rather than have this all scattershot or have the conversations, and there were 7 different conversations I had in various configurations, rather than let them unfold one after another, I had sort of sliced and diced them roughly by subject. So at the very beginning, I have a panel that explores the origins of the song. What do we know? And I'll say it again, what do we know, not what did we read online or what are we speculating about, because there's been plenty of that. I really wanted to get some solid data from somebody who knows. And to that end, Chip Mattinger, co-author of Lennonology, is perhaps the finest Lennon historian on the planet right now. And certainly that book is worth its weight in gold in terms of deep research, new revelations that nobody had come up with before. So I figured if anybody would know the provenance of the song, it would be him. So we talked about that. He was on a panel with Jerry Hammack, who of course is the author of the Beatles Recording Reference Manual series and the most up-to-date information and research into anything you'd want to know about the recording of the Beatles songs and things we don't know. You know, if he doesn't know something, he's quite upfront about telling you that. And they're joined by Dan Rivkin of They May Be Parted blog, who is probably the leading historian, if not one of the most leading historians on the Get Back sessions. So you've heard him on the show before. You've heard all these guys on the show before. That was the first panel you will hear in this show, and I will try to introduce them as they come up. But first-generation fans, I brought back Debbie Gendler, who was in that first Sullivan Show audience, as you know, been on the show before, and author of the forthcoming I Saw Them Standing There, which will be out coinciding with the 60th anniversary of their arrival in America early next year. Carol Tyler coming back to the show, author of Fab Four Mania, which you may remember from being discussed on the show before, as well as other panels she's been on the show, as well as the subject of the documentary Married to Comics, which came out this year, which I highly recommend, detailing her life with her late husband, Justin Green. They are joined by someone new to the show, another new guest, Sibby O'Sullivan, who authored My Private John Lennon, a book I highly recommend, really sort of a collection of essays, and we have a show coming up, a one-on-one with her, which is actually a two-on-one because I'm joined by Dr. Allison Bumstead. Allison also appears on a doctor panel alongside Dr. Duncan Driver and Dr. Christine Feldman Barrett. She, author of The Essential Women's History of the Beatles, discussed recently with Aaron Weber, who's also on the show as part of the first generation panel with Debbie and Carol and Sibby. Hope you're keeping this all straight. So the doctor panel also has, in addition to Allison, Duncan, and Christine, Skylar Moody, the aforementioned. Then I've got the musicians panel. You've heard these guys before on the show. The Smithereens, Dennis Dyken, a first-generation fan, as well as Orion Salazar, ex-Third Eye Blind, and Pat Sansone of Wilco, as well as Luther Russell of The Buddy Holly Show and many other conversations of Those Pretty Wrongs alongside Jody Stevens. And joining them in the musicians panel is newly minted cowbell player Gary Wenstrup of the Olympiad shows. Other discussions, Ray Connolly, I had a one-on-one with. You'll hear him. Then we have Cameron Grider, a professional musician, musicologist, teacher, superb guy to talk music with. You've heard him on the Deconstruction shows alongside Jack Petroselli and Walter Everett of the RPM School collectively. They just completed a session, have a winter session coming up. He's played with Sean Lennon and a number of other people, Joan Baez, so just terrific insights from him. He is on the panel with Glenn Greenberg, author of a bookazine on John, on Paul, on the making of the White Album, and a trivia one, as well as a member of the Marvel Universe. Terrific writer, terrific Beatle insights. Also, somebody who knew the Beatles very well, Nancy Lee Andrews, who was in the Beatles' inner circle, all four of them, when she was engaged to Ringo from 74 to 1980. Tremendous photographer. She's got a terrific book out there called A Dose of Rock and Roll, a beautiful coffee table book of her photography. Real insider stuff. Not just the ex-Beatles, but also the people in their lives, like Keith Moon and Harry Nilsson and everybody else that they spend time with. Do check it out, tremendous book, and I think not the last we've heard from her. As well as a longtime friend of mine, friend of the show, Richard Courtney, who is a Beatle author himself, wrote a book called Come Together, The Business Wisdom of the Beatles. I suggest you check it out if you're interested in that topic. But also longtime host of From Me to You on Hippie Radio in Nashville. So just brought together as many minds as I could across every demographic I could. And only a couple people didn't respond to my invitation, and a few others had to beg off because of timing issues. But I really am satisfied with the 21 people I've gathered here together. So you're going to get a taste of all of their perspectives. Some you'll agree with, some you will disagree with. Just know that all these people love the Beatles deeply. They're here because I respect their insights and intellect and what they brought to the table. And for that, I thank them all so much. I'm so lucky to know you. I'm so lucky to have you in my life. And that's something about the Beatles. You will connect with people that in life you might otherwise never, ever cross paths with. But if you do and have that shared love of the Beatles, you've got a friend for life. And that's how I feel about these people. They're very dear to me, and I'm so glad to be able to present them and give them this platform to do what we love, which is talk Beatles. Now, your turn to take in the conversation. I hope you enjoy it. Sit back and just let it all wash over you. Chip, I was thinking you might be the only person, certainly in this panel, but maybe anywhere, qualified to answer this question, being the co-author of Lennonology. And a lot of stories floating in recent weeks with the release of Now and Then, and the sort of spin being put out there that this was something that was conceived and written by John to Paul, and that there was a note on the tape for Paul. There are people out there that are finding this as confirmation of what they're inclined to think anyway. And it never occurred to me that John would have written a note and left it on a tape of this song for Paul. I could see Yoko writing for Paul in the pile of tapes she handed over at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But do you have any further insights on this, and what should we believe?
No, I think That's definitely the case. Is it was just, if there was actually a note that said for Paul, it was probably something that either Yoko or one of the engineers or assistants had put on the tape. I don't think John ever had that foresight to go in and say, well, Paul's going to look at this in 40 years and release it as the last Beatles single. And I just don't see that sort of prescience from John.
Because you have people out there repeating it. Brian Ray, I think, was one that tweeted it the other day. And people whose opinion you think must mean something. Well, he's close to Paul. He must know. And I just don't know what he's basing that on. And you have the receipts, have done the research. And if anybody would know, it would be you. Is there anything further that isn't really being talked about as far as the origins of the song or anything else that we know, any further context?
I think that there is no evidence at all that I've been able to find that dates this tape.
Okay.
There are no cues on the cassette. There's nothing that, this song became this song became this song, so we can back into a date. But I think that people have set upon the late 70s date just because that was what was published in Anthology 1 for Free as a Bird. Mm-hmm. And that was an educated guess as well, that dating.
So the 77, 78 that we've seen bandied about is really not based on anything in particular?
No. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but there's nothing there that really indicates that that's when this tape dates from.
And if I'm not mistaken, I've only heard the one. It's been referred to constantly as a demo. To me, a demo is a rough of a finished composition. And this is something, it sounds more like a work tape to me. He's got the verses, or at least the beginning of the song. It's the middle eighth that seems kind of unformed and like he's sort of exploring where to go with it. And best I can tell, there aren't any other performances by John of this particular composition, unless you know something different. It's the only one I've heard.
That's correct. This is the only one that's known to be out there. There are different copies have been run off and have varying degrees of buzz and clicks and the like. There's only been the one tape that I've heard. There's nothing else that I really know about this recording that could positively date it.
And it's very much in the nature of a sketch. It's very much a songwriter working out an idea and just capturing it before it's gone. It doesn't feel like there's a whole lot more to it than that, especially when you get to that very unfinished middle eight that's going on there, where he's clearly still playing with chord structure and that sort of stuff. So,
Dan, you were the master of contextualization. Is there anything you've dug up or have researched regarding this song?
No, it's funny because you mentioned you asked Chip about whether he would have done that, said for Paul, and my first question I had was, well, were there tapes that said for May or for Sean, or like it sort of implies that maybe that was a thing he did, right?
Well, there's one slated for Ringo, right?
Yeah, there's always one for Ringo, right?
That was an audible cue, but...
Right.
One question I had just coming out of this conversation right here is we also have lyrics, right? Handwritten lyrics, as in like what was in they packaged with the vinyl. I don't want to say where does that come from because we know where it comes from, but was this something he would have done also? If it was in such a raw form, what was his working style like that?
And I can tell you in general, songwriters in general, and myself as a writer for decades and decades, that is part of what you do. Sometimes you do a sketch with just chord sketch and you just capture it on, at the time, cassette. Again, very common thing. And the other is you'll sketch out lyrical ideas and have those just to cue you. More rarely, you'll see a sketch that has lyrics and chord symbols around them to cue you to where you're moving, progression's moving. So sketch lyrics are also absolutely not unusual in any way when it comes to a songwriting process.
And would it be for John at this time? You know what I mean? That's a question that you guys would know, certainly.
Chip would.
Yeah.
There are several sets of handwritten lyrics, and as John would get closer and closer to the song being completed, that's when he'd start typing it up and making annotations. I want to switch this word here. I haven't seen anything that really represents a lead sheet like Jerry was talking about with the chord notations on it, but it's for his compositional tapes. Yeah, there are several. Now, I have seen sets where they've been photoshopped, not necessarily in this case, but you've seen sets of lyrics that I think there was from his Bermuda composing sessions. They came out with maybe a set of 16 lyrics written in his hand, but they've been cleaned up and touched up, and some of those marks have been taken off.
It's real interesting too, because obviously that's something you could create a font of Lennon's handwriting, right?
Yes. Let's say you could AI all the lyrics you want.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say that, but yes.
Well, I used to be a graphic designer and I used to design fonts. So
It wouldn't surprise me in the least if that's something that Yoko at least thought about making available.
sure.
Well, if there was ever a For Paul note, I would love to see it.
Oh, the four Paul sticky.
Yeah.
You'd mentioned Brian Ray, and I think, the internet's a wonderful thing, but it's also a hotbed of misinformation.
Oh, yes.
Well, that sounds like a great story. I can believe that's true.
Uh-huh.
And
So there's no smoking gun on that.
no,
Okay. It's interesting that we can't date it to a particular year. That's new to me because it seems like there's quite a few books out there detailing Lennon's house husband years and when certain songs originated, and I'm just wondering what that's based on. Some of the stuff that he was working on that surfaced on the Lost Lennon tapes, unless it originated with that project and people were just pulling dates out of the air when they thought it was most likely.
that I would tend to believe. There was no catalog of tapes that said this is on this and that they were prepared in this order.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was more so, well, we need to have something to put down for this. This is an educated guess. We'll go with that.
And were any of his sketch cassettes, do you know, were any of those dated?
Not the ones I've seen.
It's interesting.
It was something from 1970. And there was actually a date written on that, the July 28th, 1970. Other than that, you'd be lucky to see him scroll the name of the song on the tape.
July of 70, he was still in California?
Mhm.
Okay.
And he wasn't one to correspond with others and say, I'm working on a song like this, I'm working on a song like that, or dropping a lyric in it or something like that, right? I mean, that wasn't his MO.
No.
So as far as, and this is for everybody, the For Paul thing, had we heard that story before this year?
Oh, yeah. I think we heard that back in when Anthology.
Okay, that's what I was wondering, because if it was circulating then, it wasn't particularly attached to Now and Then.
No.
And magnifying the importance that this is a song that John very much had Paul in mind when he was composing.
Now, there is a cassette in the archive that has the single take of Now and Then at the head of the tape, then the 3 takes of Free as a Bird, and then 2 takes of Whatever Happened To. So it's not like this is a copy of the tape that Yoko gave to Paul. It was the tape that it was drawn from because it's got the hum on it.
Right. That's interesting. So then maybe we can extrapolate that Free as a Bird and Now and Then originate around the same time if they're on the same cassette?
I think the cassette was a compilation.
Oh, okay.
I think it was
So
a
somebody
comp.
did that after the fact. Gotcha.
Oh, interesting.
So then really, at this point, I hate going into speculation land, but we're among people that at least know a bit or two about the history. Is there any evidence to think that this particular composition was inspired by one person or anybody in existence? Besides the Paul speculation, there's been May Pang speculation, there's been Yoko speculation, or it could have been just him writing a song.
I think that's the case. I think people are wanting to have a nice story to go with it, and don't let facts get in the way.
Right.
Yeah, fans are always going to put their layer on it, right?
Go ahead.
And people with some self-interest are always going to put some sort of narrative layer on top of a creation that's not their own to connect to it or to make it, in this case, I mean, it's a pretty big deal, right? It's the last thing that they're going to work on together. What's left of them will work on together.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's make that, making that story as big as it could possibly be seems kind of like human nature.
Sure. I was seeing chatter when it first dropped from people, and whether you agree or disagree, you can't tell somebody they're wrong when it's their opinions. Like, well, why didn't they hand it over to like the guy from Tame Impala or somebody who could have brought it forward instead of this playing it safe, Beatles by numbers, sort of not taking any overt risks. And maybe, as I'm trying to process that, are they right or are they wrong? Was this the place for that, or was this really meant as it's the last Beatles record, it's bookending of a career? It just seems like it shouldn't be judged by the standards of this is the latest Beatles single. This is something different and it's something special. And it's not setting out to innovate, it's setting to offer closure, I think. I think this was very important to Paul, the way I read it, but I don't know any more than anybody else does. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's musical closure.
Yeah, that's a good term for it. And since you mentioned Paul,
Boy, we have to be so thankful that Paul tackled this. Nobody else would have bothered with it. No one else cared or was interested in resurrecting it. And how wonderful that we have this. And so thanks to Paul, once again, his work ethic or his doggedness or whatever, he came through here.
He's reverting to form.
Absolutely.
Because, like that quote that Ringo finally said a few years ago about, well, if it wasn't for Paul, we wouldn't have made those last several Beatle albums. Someday he'll be sitting there, in his wheelchair saying, well, if it wasn't for Paul, we wouldn't have made Now and Then.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul.
Well, in that same interview that you referenced, Dennis, where he was saying George went off it, he also continues by saying, but I still want to do it. And this was, I think that interview is from the Jeff Lynne documentary, which was maybe 10 years ago or so. But
yeah,
even 10 years ago, he's saying, yeah, George went off it, but maybe I'll just nick in with Jeff and just finish it myself. I mean, obviously, he wanted to see it through. It was obviously something that he still felt was worthwhile, and it probably has been nagging him that it's there, kind of hanging. And then the technology caught up with his creativity, and there you go. Just same old story.
He waited it out.
He was always the background producer of the Beatles in a funny way. I mean, he was always the driving force in the studio, probably from the get-go, and it just makes sense. Like the whole thing I think people, especially hardcore Beatle fans, have been listening for, since they were kids. You would be able to feel something being wrong. And, you didn't get that vibe from this. You felt the best of intentions. It is a haunting, beautiful song. It's funny, the last thing you sometimes think about is Lennon. Like, really, it's a John Lennon song with a John Lennon lead vocal. This is, all three songs were Lennon forward. They had to be, because he was the one who wasn't around. And I find that really interesting, because let's just face it, Lennon could write. And it's just like the song. Yeah. We're only talking about how well did he do the song that was already pretty great. Like, even when it comes to Real Love and Free as a Bird.
It's a great point. And even though Paul obviously is taking the lead with the song structure and the arrangement and the producing, he's not showboating,
right?
He's
not at all.
He's not trying to put a spotlight on himself with the vocals, or he
could have made himself sound young. I mean, it took me a few listens until I realized he's at 81. He's just in there singing. I don't know if you noticed the second part of the first verse, that's him singing in unison the whole way to the bridge. I didn't catch that at first, but he's blending in with Lennon the best he can with his old mate. The Beatles were always the sum of the parts. They were always better than they could ever be individually, and that still holds true today. They together have made a great record. I mean, in other words, what I mean is Ringo's not making records this great, and neither is Paul right now.
Good point.
This is a great record they made together. They made a great record together, a worthy number one. They did a lot of things at once. They preserved Lennon's legacy in a beautiful way. They gave fans something new. I mean, you could honestly go on and on about a lot of things they accomplished in just one go. So it was the right thing to do. Of course, we're all grateful that there's anything new by them, for all the above reasons. I don't know that to say, but I'm not going to wake up and go, screw this, I don't want to hear this.
It's funny that you said some people said that it's not Beatles by numbers, or this. Yeah, like I was hearing, or that it is Beatles by numbers. Is that what you said? I was hearing from all my muso friends, oh, it's not Beatles enough. Why isn't there any reverse guitar? Why isn't it a smashed tea towel snare? Like, why aren't all these things that we're used to hearing there? And it took me a minute to really, especially seeing the video, feel like they really did like what you're saying. Paul especially came at it with a very calm, first instinct, sort of not overthinking an approach to it, which just lends itself to like free-flowing music.
That's when Paul's at his best, let's face it.
Yeah. Like first take, at first I was like, why is the bass tone so dark? Okay, he's playing the Hofner. When I saw the video, he's actually playing it with his thumb. And I had a little verklempt about that for just a second, but then I thought, he probably just picked it up and started playing that. That's probably second or third, maybe first take. Yep. And the drums sound that way, and everything else sounds pretty relaxed. And it's execution.
That's a really good point. I know that he reworked the bass from the 95 version, but I was very pleased to hear the drum track sounding a lot less like a metronome than it did on Free as a Bird.
Oh, yeah.
There was actually some life and some humanity.
That's the samples.
Feels more natural.
It feels like a Beatle record.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think that's a legit thing? I saw this, I can't remember if it was in Salon or Slate. Again, these people wanting to piss on the Beatles parade right now that, well, it's not a Beatles record. What do we think about that?
Well, who gets to decide that other than the two Beatles that we still have on the... I mean,
Right.
you know, it's like the deep fans, because we're so passionate about them and we've studied every molecule, and it's easy to start feeling like ownership of Beatledom. But I mean, I don't think anybody gets to make that decision as what is Beatles except for Paul and Ringo. I mean, that's just it,
right.
You know. And they did something with deep heart and like you say, with just such a generous spirit. That's Beatles. I mean, a dry snare or a certain bass sound or a backwards guitar.
Where's the tambura?
Yeah, I mean,
well, these people that you're speaking of should be listening to things like the arrangement, because there are completely unorthodox things going on all over the place on this arrangement. That the ending, for one, where it goes around in threes, not fours. Mm-hmm. And at the end, when it goes into that triplet thing, ba-dum, ba-dum, but I mean, all things you could not have predicted, all things that are from a pop sensibility standpoint, totally on point.
Yeah.
Totally Beatle. And then down to the string arrangement, of course, as we were discussing, and then down to the sweeping minor chord changes in the bridge. It's like there's all these things that are insanely Beatlesque, and I think they took a kind of I don't know what the word would be, but just a all-encompassing, straightforward, general approach with the sonics, so that, you know, they wouldn't piss too many people. It's just sort of like, here it is. We're going to lay it out the best we can, make it blend the best we can. But as far as all the other aspects of it, they're very Beatles. I mean, it's like I'm still noticing things. I just listened again today, and it's like, I know how the melody goes, but did I notice exactly what they're doing melodically with the, you know, the kind of ends of phrase, what Lennon did there and what he's doing triplet wise against the straight? And it's like, it's not straightforward. I mean, even a demo or whatever you want to call it, it's so unique.
Yeah.
It's like that's the kindness about John Lennon.
Yeah. And know? each transition to each chorus is a little bit different.
Total Beatles.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you, so your ear is surprised a little bit every time. You're always
that's
engaged.
What we spend whoever here is recording records for a living, or just recording records. That's what you strive to do. You want it, you know, so that when they listen to it 5 years from now, maybe they find something new. That's all you're trying to do, is make it constantly change. That's what you learn from the Beatles, and they're doing it in spades all over this record. It's like that snare, like I mentioned, that Ringo drops for the first chorus. And when he comes in on Rimshot, that's the first thing that telegraphs to you, this is not a Jeff Lynne record.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Because if it was a Jeff Lynne record, it would be like two anchors, you know. Just, I mean, Orion is that true for a fact that those are samples and stuff on Real Love and all that? Is that
I can't verify it, but it just sounds. It's got that same sort of Tom Petty. I think he's used that a bunch. If they're not samples, they're super quantized, whatever the technology was. It just feels, you know,
it's
a little
certainly
robotic.
Not Ringo.
Oh no, it's probably, maybe they sampled Ringo is what I'm saying. I think.
It's a little evened out. I mean, when you watch the just to make this point, when you watch the video, Robert, you and I talked about this going back to the early days. Ringo was always amazing at dubbing himself. Mm-hmm. Like on those, you know, when they lip synced and stuff, he would always get fills exactly like in Hello Goodbye. He's doing that in the video, and that's when you can look and see how badass the drum part is, because he's doing he's miming himself in it. And it's like, shit, like Ringo's bringing it in this.
He's all the Ringo you'd want him to be.
Totally. Yeah. I gotta say, that's why besides this beautiful Lennon extraction, the Ringo drum part is like, oh my God, like, yeah, I don't really have words.
I love the fact I love the one. There's like one coconut percussion at the end, just one mystery for no apparent reason, one random. That's cool.
Totally.
And then
loose ends in, yeah.
Yeah, and then having Ringo sing, I feel is super poetic. Like I feel like I didn't know that until I wondered what that harmony stack was. It sounded a little, couldn't distinguish. I heard Paul in there, and in the video you can see Ringo singing, and I just thought that's amazing. That's adding to the story.
Yes, exactly.
Carry that way.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
My ear picked up on that before I saw the video, and I'm thinking, God, is Ringo singing? And I'm thinking, why not? He's the Beatle with the best voice these days. So that was good to see.
Oh, that's me. But I will tell you, the first time I heard it, and I heard when Ringo and Paul come in, my ear went, uh-oh, something's wrong. Like somebody's flat, something's not right.
Yes.
And I don't know whether it's Ringo or Paul, but it didn't strike my ear as being on target.
Really?
Yes.
It might be Paul's singing voice now has a sort of vibrato that happens, and I don't know that he can. But it grew on me. Whatever. Especially when I saw it was happening, it touched my heart.
But we're saying here that it's an honest record.
Yes.
Sorry.
Exactly.
It's a very honest record because Paul could
Yeah.
have done anything they wanted, man. They could have AI'd Paul's voice.
Which I was preparing that they were going to do. Especially when he had said the AI thing, I was thinking, number one, he's going to de-age his voice. And the other thing I was thinking that, well, if this is going to be called a Beatle record and they're going to have full involvement of all four, I didn't know at the time how much George had contributed to this because we knew his quote, and I didn't know, does that mean he didn't lay down anything for it? As it happens, we know that he did at least acoustic and electric too, I guess. But
I think that's his electric rhythms on.
Yeah,
on
I thought that
is it
when they were putting this together that maybe they were going to take some stray bits of recording of George playing slide and lay it in there, which I thought as soon as I heard the solo, as soon as I heard the record for the first time, I thought, well, that's not George. It's cool. It's a nice touch. And then sure enough, I read, well, Paul was trying to honor him by playing slide.
It's even cooler than George. It's the whole thing no one talks about, which is Paul's slide guitar, which is like
Mr. Drive My Car.
You've heard it for like 50 years, and it's the shit.
Well,
I mean, listen to McCartney 1. Like, come on.
It's very touching that Paul would do it, and he's not trying to. Again, he's not showboating. He's not trying to play the greatest slide ever. He's using the slide abilities that he has, but to do something musical and something paying tribute to George. It's very touching, and that I think is the same with having Ringo sing. There's a lot of poetry going on in the whole thing. The title of the song being this connection to this moment for Paul and for just the Beatle entity itself. I mean, that's unintentional, but again, and has this resonance that is profound.
Absolutely.
Talking about time, about aging, about, letting the sound of Paul's voice be what it is at this moment for them. It's talking about a lot of things. It's talking about friendship and how friendship kind of spans time and has an infinite, how real love has like an infinite quality about it. It's going to go on. And that's, again, what's beautiful about bringing in these like tiny little elements from them in their youth, being creative partners, being artists in their youth, how that can still work into them as creative entities in their 80s. And it's all connected. So it's going back and it's going forward at the same time. And that's that's very poetic. Yeah, now and then. It's just a very poetic thing.
There is that added resonance that we all know the stories long before this record existed that Paul was saying when he last saw John or last talked to John. I'm not sure which way it was. Hope you think about me, old friend, every now and then, something like that. So
exactly.
It absolutely had grabbed Paul by the heart that he was on a mission. Come what may, I'm going to finish this last collaboration with John and celebrate our friendship.
Yeah, and if the song is not about Paul, let's say On the Day, 1978, some people have said, oh, the lyrics are kind of simple and then they're going to cheat and get a chance to elaborate, whatever. But there's still a kind of that. But I know it's true. It's all because of you. Does grab me and not let go all the time. Let's say it is about Paul or just about someone he's romantically involved in. Maybe May. But I think it's probably Paul, but it's all because of you. Like, you start getting these implications, like the fact I've even survived, the fact I'm even alive right now, the fact I even did what I did, or I was able to stand on my own 2 feet. It could be Brian Epstein, could be anybody. Julia.
Right. The specifics are unimportant with the intent. It's the universality, which is what informs the best John Lennon songs. Is not the ones where he calls out Yoko by name, but the ones Don't Let Me Down and Ask Me Why. Something where everybody hearing it is going to draw their own meaning and it's going to grab them by the heart. It doesn't matter what the source of inspiration was.
Yeah,
and
it's honest, like you were saying. It's a very honest song. It feels that way. It has heart. And just like going back to the McCartney slide part, it just doesn't sound like something he labored over. Again, sounds probably like first, second, third pass. Mm-hmm. Adds to the whole weight of it to me.
Now and Then is cobbled together from the session they did, of course. But if there are better places to start and they're not adverse to Frankensteining these songs up, was there a better choice? Right?
Wasn't Grow Old With Me on the original pile that Yoko had given them, and they didn't touch that one?
That's how the story goes, is that we've got It's a Bird, Now and Then, Real Love, and Grow Old With Me.
Which didn't break my heart, because I never really rated that song. I just was like, this is the guy that wrote Don't Let Me Down. It was a little hallmark for me.
And they gave up after not much of Now and Then. That was the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Jeff Lynne could bring much to this conversation. He would
know what he had to work with for sure.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
And I think Matt Hurwitz is doing another one of his Sound on Sound articles, and he and Jeff are friends. And I think Matt digs deep enough and asks the right questions that we'll know a lot more about this once he's done with his piece.
That's good.
That'll be really interesting to find out, what went on in the background with all of this. Always interested about that.
I found an interview with Jeff Lynne from an issue of Beatle Fan from, I think it was November, December 95. And Paul's interviewed in there too, and there's some interesting things he had to say. Jeff Lynne said about Now and Then, there were 3 tracks altogether. The one we didn't do, we tried it. It's either called Now and Then or Miss You. We had a go at it, but there were a lot of words that hadn't been completed on it. No, the playing on it was fine. It was just that the words weren't finished, and quite a lot of them weren't finished. It was a decision to do something that was already complete so we can actually get it down on tape. So that was Jeff Lynne's angle on why they sort of moved on from Now and Then.
Good. That's great. Thanks for digging that up.
Absolutely. You want to hear what Paul McCartney had to say?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's completely different.
Well, you know what?
I'm going to wait for technology to evolve, and I'm going to revisit those.
It's actually shockingly not, because here's the thing which sort of pushes against a lot of what we've heard recently. So again, quote from the same issue from Paul McCartney. Yeah, what's it called? I don't know. It didn't really have a title. And sings, you know it's true. You know it's true. It's up to you. That beginning bit is great, and then it just goes a bit crummy. We all decided that's not one of John's greatest songs, so that we'd have to manipulate all that, which is just a little bit more difficult. Whoa. So it goes a little bit beyond just there was a hum and the recording was bad and things like that. It's just there was so much to do that we couldn't make it happen in 1995.
Wow.
So
back in the 90s, there was a lot of reporting about a track called All for Love. What the hell is that?
It rings a bell. I remember Hug for Love is what they said Tug of War was going to be called. But All for Love, it rings a bell. But
if I'm not mistaken, Dan, you might know this. There's a guy named Peter Hodgson. Do you know who that is?
The name rings a bell.
He apparently has a connection with Paul these days. I know he's on Facebook, but he's, I guess, the son of the neighbor that loaned the young McCartneys the reel-to-reel tape machine that they recorded at Forthland Road.
Huh.
And he found the tape in his attic and sold it to Paul. Might have sold him the machine, too. But I think it was him talking to the press in the 90s that said, oh, yes, and Paul took me to the mill and played me what they were working on. They've got a song called All for Love. And I've been wondering since the 90s, what is he talking about? Do we know much about those sessions and exactly how far it got? And if George's famous critique of it as fucking rubbish referred to it as a composition or the sonic qualities of the source material?
That I know of.
Okay.
A video that was discovered recently. I don't remember if it was 15 hours or 18 hours, but I think that was basically just what was picked up by Paul, George, and Ringo's camcorders, because you see the footage in all of them. One of them's got a camcorder up at some point.
Right.
Clearly, that's what that was drawn from. Who actually provided it to them, or if it was from an Apple vault. But I'd like to think it was the two of them and Olivia that coughed up the tapes, but we'll never know.
Is there any documentation detailing exactly what work was done on the song? Because, again, we see them playing acoustics and Ringo's on drums. We know that Paul had a bass part that he then replaced with a newer bass part. I'm more curious about exactly how much George contributed beyond the acoustic guitars and I think an electric guitar.
That's all that I've read from Giles that was included in the original sessions was Harrison's acoustic work, Harrison with those rhythm guitar figures. And I think it's the little shuffle groove that he does in the track that we hear. Those are George's contributions. And Martin, in a interview I just read, was saying that Paul in particular was keen that those are heard, that George's contributions on electric were very much heard.
I only really recall that plinky plonky rhythm figure that you're talking about only happened maybe in one or two places of the song. It's not a popular opinion, but I tend to believe that they've tried to build up George's participation up in this as much as possible, and it might really be more than the case.
Fair enough.
I have to say, my expectation had been when I knew that they were sort of Frankensteining this together and they wanted to represent all four Beatles, was that maybe they had some George slide guitar laying around from another project entirely that maybe they would fly in if they found something suitable. And I was a little surprised when I heard the finished track. And yeah, there's slide. Clearly it's not George. And then you read the story that Paul's playing it as a little tribute to him. I was a little surprised that they didn't dig a little deeper, but maybe they didn't think it was necessary. Just for that very reason you cite, Chip, to bolster his contribution.
They might not have been aware of what existed too, but for example, More with Blues on Brainwashed was, Danny talked about having to reconstruct that from all these different tracks on the tape, that there wasn't really one track that went through with the melody all the way. So that's an interesting thought I hadn't considered, that they would have peeled something off of one of George's other tapes.
Yeah, and clearly they weren't averse to bringing in recordings from other recordings, as they did with the Because vocals and Here, There, and Everywhere and Eleanor Rigby.
Now, you say those three, but when I listened, somebody split off the vocals with one of these new AI filters or something like that, and I could swear that we're hearing Sun King in there.
I've not heard that reported, but...
at the end of Sun King, I mean, Jerry can speak to this some more. That comes out in a major chord, and when you're in Because, it kind of drops into a minor. And I haven't gone so far as to A-B them to really try and figure out which it was. But
we also don't know to what extent that they used like a Melodyne or that sort of tool to tune these vocals, whatever the source vocals were, to tune them to the track, to time them to the track. I did read on a forum real briefly, and I'm not a big forum guy, but I've been on a
Unless
forum.
It's Penthouse.
Briefly this. Not even that, Robert. Not even that. That someone had A-B John's original vocal and the vocal on the new track, and they're like, they've auto-tuned John.
I'm sure it's been diced to pieces to stay in time.
Well, and auto-tuned and pitched his vocal to be accurate, which, it's just what's expected by people buying music nowadays. Sorry, kids.
Talking about people buying music nowadays, I don't know how much faith you put into dynamic range, but I think this song has a dynamic range of 4.
He's opening the door, Jerry.
Which is close to as bad as you can get. I mean, there's a brick.
No, that was my first response to the song. And I'm one of those guys, I was sharing with Robert, I'm one of those guys that I had never heard the demo. So this was a new Beatles song for me.
Did you hear any of the fan versions that have been floating around for the last few years?
No.
It's like grandma's blanket chest, at the end of her bed. She keeps pulling shit out of that blanket chest, and you're going, oh my God, look what's in there. And then this is from the Civil War, and this is from, and this is the Beatles blanket chest.
The song wasn't coming out of nowhere for people if you were looking for it the way Free as a Bird or Real Love did, although a version of Real Love was in the Lennon doc, but it was not the same recording. So what were your first impressions when you did hear this new recording with Paul and Ringo and AI and all that stuff?
Well, I was excited about it, but I anticipated what it was as far as it seems like, of course, it was the same era as Free as a Bird and Real Love. It had that feel to it. And only when I read the New York Times piece yesterday and some other people reflecting that it was potentially a love song to Paul, did it give new meaning to it. I thought the song, it's interesting, but we've already seen them do that once. And 1994 seems like yesterday to me anyway. So
sure.
I wasn't blown away by it, but now with the new meaning, I'm more impressed.
Nancy?
I didn't hear about it maybe being a love song to Paul. I just looked at it as sort of a love song to all of us, sort of like Give Peace a Chance,
Mm-hmm.
Love still lives on.
I don't know if you guys saw the 12-minute video, the sort of making of that was put out a few days before. This was something Paul was really on a mission to complete. Now, whether you want to ascribe any meaning in the lyrics and what John wrote to Paul or not, it seemed that Paul very much had his heart set on completing this. Despite George shooting it down in the 90s, he was going to get this thing out there. You get a sense of why that might be?
Well, you never know with Paul. If it is about him, and even if he thinks it's about him, that's a good way to get this out, especially following the release of Get Back, where we see that they really weren't warring the whole time, as we were led to think after the release of the original Let It Be movie. And Paul the whole time has been saying we really weren't that mad at each other, and we were, they just quarreled like regular people quarrel, I think. And I think that that's one reason that Paul wanted to get it out. And he just loves to get out in front of everybody all the time too.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I love his creativity, how he keeps finding something to keep it alive and to make it fresh. It just blows my mind, and I don't know how much Ringo was involved in the making of this, but he seems to go along.
Right. If not the initiator, he won't say no.
Yeah.
You know who I thought it was for? And Robert, I think you're one of May Pang's biggest proponents because you're always quick to point out all the accomplishments on the 18-month Lost Weekend that John had when she was there, really bringing everybody back together. And at first, I thought it might have been to her, actually, because in that time period, he was fresh off of his romance with her. And then, as the three of us know, and talking with her, that he actually continued on with that. That's not known by anyone that doesn't know May. I don't know if that's in the documentary or not.
It's in her book.
Oh, okay.
Her first book, she talks about it. Yeah.
Richard, I cannot rule that out because the part that they didn't use that was in his original recording, the I Don't Want to Lose You part, it absolutely would fit in that time and place a longing for May.
Right.
I would love to get her thoughts on that.
Wow.
But I would absolutely not arbitrarily rule, yes, well, John was definitely singing this, definitely singing that. We don't know, but it certainly is within the realm of possibility. I had a call with Ray Connolly. I don't know if you guys know him. He was the British journalist that was very tight with John especially, but knew all four Beatles.
Mm-hmm.
He's an amazing guy. He's written a ton of stuff, and we talked about that. He said, I don't think John would ever be directly writing a song of longing like that to Paul. He didn't have that sense, but he definitely concurred that obviously May was more important to John in his life than certainly John and Yoko told it, and he agreed that that was a possibility.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we'll never know for certain.
Yeah, Ray and I are on the same page. That's a compliment.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
And knowing John, it could be an amalgamation.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's a good piece of work, and my own interpretation is that I look at this thing, it's almost like he's the retiree giving everybody else the gold watch.
Right.
It's like, you're our audience, you love us, have this as we do our victory lap and ride off into the sunset. If I view it that way, well, it's definitely not the greatest Beatles song ever, but given what he had to work with, it's pretty damn good. I presume both of you guys had heard they call it a demo, but it's really a work tape because the song itself wasn't finished. You heard it prior to this year?
Oh, yeah. Many times.
Cameron, you too?
No, I actually hadn't heard it before.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, I've heard it now, but I didn't hear it until...
Okay. Because I think that enters into the way some people received the new recording was if you had expectations built up by hearing that raw tape or some of the online fan-made versions that have been floating around for the last several years, you might have had an idea, okay, this is what to expect from when the Beatles get their hands on it.
Yeah, I didn't. I actually heard the new one first, so I'm an interesting test case then.
Right. So let's start with you. What was your impression not having any frame of reference going into it?
Right. Well, so my impression listening to the demo then was that the bridge was a little meandering, or the pre-chorus has a lot of chords in it. It has a lot of chord changes. It's beautiful, but functioning as a ramp to lead into the chorus, it seems too long and too sort of much stuff going on, so it kind of runs out of steam and doesn't launch into the chorus. The chorus doesn't feel like a chorus really by the time you get there, to me.
Uh-huh.
So not a criticism of the material that's there, which is fantastic, but just to say that from my point of view, they did a great job of taking the scissors to it and, as you said, rewriting it by subtraction.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And knowing what you know as somebody who's deeply analyzed the catalog, did you pick up on any distinctly, oh, that's a John part, he's used that a lot, or that's a Paul part? Anything like that come to mind as you're listening to it?
Yeah, I mean, I think usually with the Beatles song, when you hear a song that is in a different key between the verse and the chorus, that'll most often be a John song. Songs where there's that kind of ambiguity. And you even have it with the same key combination, like in Lucy, the verse is in A and the chorus is essentially in G. So you're going from zero, the verse is kind of A major, A minor, so it's not necessarily all zero flats, but if it were A minor, it's zero flats going to one sharp. And this is the same thing, right? We've got A minor at the beginning, and then the chorus is in G/E minor, which is one sharp. And usually John will do that in a way that's a little bit weird from a traditional point of view. Mm-hmm. But Paul McCartney will often push things in a more traditional, sort of do moves that you would expect a highly trained musician or composer to do. But they're moves that he just figured out by being brilliant, and having great ears. One example would be the way he changed the piano part. Underneath John's vocal lines, you got right, that line. Most of the time when John plays that on piano, he's playing the chord that kind of clashes with that note, right? But Paul, every single time it comes in his piano part, he plays that line in the piano, and then he has a third above it harmonizing it. So it's a little bit smoother, and it's a little bit more like classical music. I mean, there's even an example that I can think of that uses that exact same sonority. It's even close to the same key. It's from Tristan and Isolde, Wagner, Act 3 Prelude.
Wow. Do you think he knew that instinctively as a musician, or he might have been familiar with that piece of music?
Yeah, I mean, it could be both, Definitely he knew it instinctively because his ears were just picking up stuff and he would figure it out. I think he has, even though he doesn't read music, he has an internal representation of the music. Like he has a keyboard, a visual keyboard in his head, visual guitar in his head, and he hears something and he can hear how you would play it just from the experience of figuring out how the keyboard works, how the guitar works.
So then I take it that you approve of what he did with it.
I mean, I love it. I'm not passing judgment on it really as a work of art, whether it's true to the original vision of the song and all that. I'll leave that to others. But
yeah,
for me, as a craftsmanly, if someone had to come along and do the job of turning this into a pop song, I think he did an incredible job with that.
And within the body of their work, and nobody's made the claim of it being up there with anything groundbreaking, but it's not an embarrassment either, but it fits comfortably within their body. It sort of honors it and fulfills expectations without being predictable. Is that a way of describing it, maybe?
I think that's a perfectly valid way of describing it. I don't really kind of even presume to say, to me, obviously it does fit into this other category, which I've been a little uncomfortable with all along in a way.
What's that?
I don't have a major problem with it, but it struck me as a little, it's like a little bit close to the uncanny valley for me sometimes, of reanimating things. But that's just my personal reaction to it. I think it's a beautiful song and I really enjoy it as a work of art. For God's sakes, these are incredibly talented people that we're talking about here. That, I hate the idea of that I would hate to have everything I did compared to the Beatles, even if I was in the Beatles before, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think
reminding you of how great you were when you were 26.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think of it in that way, I just think that's a cool song.
So do you think that Paul's motivation to find resolution with both the ending of the Beatles and his sort of unresolved partnership with John, do you think that was motivated by his own interest, or do you think that he really was wanting to give the fans something to feel good about in terms of a resolution to the Beatles?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. Paul wants it for himself, to make him feel better about it. But also, Paul was the biggest Beatles fan in the world. He really did love the Beatles. And he rightly knew that if we could get them together again, they'd get a massive amount of interest and space and publicity and all these things. And it would satisfy lots of people. And it has done. It's number one all around the world now.
Right.
It doesn't deserve to be. As a song, it doesn't deserve to be. But of the hype and the promotion and also the skill, a huge skill went into making this. And I think Paul will feel happier about it. He's actually put the band back together.
Right. And he is getting this great response to it, this great emotional outpouring.
Oh, incredible response. Yeah. Amazing response, isn't it? And I keep playing it thinking, if I play it enough times, I'm going to understand why all the fuss is about. And I still don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very clever. But the thing about the Beatles was that they were perfectionists and they only put out things that were really great. Certainly as singles. They really did. And this isn't one of those. They just said it was all right.
When I first listened to it, I was looking on my Apple Music feed, and at the end, the lyrics pop up in an almost karaoke way when you're doing that. And then right at the end at the bottom, it said, written by John Lennon. And my first response to that was slight disappointment. I actually would have loved it right at the end to say Lennon-McCartney. And the more I listened to it, the more I was persuaded of that. If I hadn't heard the demo, I would have sworn that was a John Lennon verse in a minor key that's plaintive, and then a very McCartney-esque uplifting chorus in a kind of major key, and that it suits the Lennon-McCartney dynamic so well. Now, I obviously know that a lot of what appears in that chorus is Lennon. But Paul, I think, has had more of a hand in the writing of elements of that song too. Listen to that demo, you hear a lot of unfinished lyrics, especially in that chorus. And they've really been beefed out by just little words and partial phrases that I think Paul has composed. And I think he's also had a hand in maybe correcting some of the chords in that song as well. And it's largely for these reasons that I would have loved to have seen Lennon-McCartney at the end.
Yeah, I feel like you could approach it as if it were any Beatles song, because, when you start with any Beatles song, maybe Paul wrote most of the lyrics, or John, or George, but then eventually they all come in together and add their own little parts, and then in the end you have a Beatles song. So even if for this song, if the credits just say written by John Lennon, he wrote the majority of the lyrics, but then Paul comes in and adds his elements, George, Ringo, all of them together. So at the end of the day, I think it's a Beatles song.
It is.
The magic was in the editing they gave each other.
Yeah. I just wanted to add that, a few things. First, I wanted to just add that if you listen to the version with the bridge to me sounds very 70s John Lennon. So I think that's why I'm actually happy that it was taken out, because I think the version that we have now is more Beatlesy. It has less of a timestamp, in my opinion, than the version with the bridge. It really sounds dated to me somehow. I'm not sure exactly why, but it just does have that 70s quality to it.
I was thinking about this yesterday when I was listening and thinking about how, you can hear they brought in the background vocals from Because, and there was talk that they also maybe brought elements in
Here, There, and Everywhere.
Yeah, which I'm not sure where that is. And
it's taken me a while, but I think I'm spotting it now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Where is it?
The ooze.
Oh, maybe in the bridge?
It's before Because. It's before
possibly
where Because
in the bridge. I don't know.
And also Eleanor Rigby.
Yeah, and
that's what I'm saying.
Maybe some string elements from Eleanor Rigby, but
I think the tail end of the bridge feels like because when they go,
yes,
Yeah.
oh, that's what it is. That's where the because
that's the one that
is,
jumps
right?
out. That one,
that,
absolutely. If your ears are attuned.
Yeah, it's the D major to D minor move, which, to sidetrack a little bit and talk about what I think is just incredible. I mean, it's Paul McCartney, right? So I mean,
the bridge movement.
He's the master of pop smarts. I mean, so the way he's bookended the bridge section with a D major to D minor move. It's at the beginning of the bridge, and it gets us out of the bridge and back. That's just a really beautiful detail. So clever. But that idea that, you know, it's kind of part of what they've always done, or certainly since like Revolver and Sgt. Pepper, is this idea of collage that we kind of talked about in our Pepper conversation, you know, something that McCartney's always been very fascinated by and utilized just in the Beatle universe. And that's kind of what this is, you know, Now and Then is this sort of very broad and to me kind of profound expression of collage of the entire span of the Beatle conversation.
Yeah.
He's having a conversation with his creative partner who has passed. They're still collaborating. We can hear it. They're singing together. And it's got that beautiful sort of Beatle thing of being both universal and personal at the same time. You have that conversation going on. And then you've got pieces pulled in from old recordings. It's kind of like, I don't know, it's just sort of part of what they've always done, this sort of wonderful walking the line between past and present, you know,
pop art, huh?
Now and then, past and present, personal and universal. It's very moving, really. I mean, it's taken me a bunch of listens and just having to sort of ruminate on it and I'm still kind of unpacking like what is going on with it, but there's a lot of layers to what's happening with it. And it's just a gorgeous piece of music. It's very haunting, you know, and that's the other thing. It's that thing of, you know, it's happy and sad. The verses are melancholy and have that kind of haunting sadness, but then the choruses go major. So we get a lift.
Yep.
All these things are happening in this 1 3.5 minute song. And that's always been their genius. You know?
It's a nice number one record. I'll tell you that much. Cause you, like Pat says, you get a full meal. You get a full meal. Like, I think that the bridge is still born out of the bridge that they cut out of the demo, because it feels like it takes off with the same chain where he goes in that chordally. I don't want to lose you, that stuff. And then Paul just kind of does some nice shifts that bring it in some very nice directions. And I have to say, if indeed Giles wrote the string part, or if they collaborate on it, however they did, it works. It's a beautiful string part. He does his father proud on that one, I think.
Yeah.
When it goes, especially when it gets out of the bridge and goes back into the last verse, and that kind of, I don't know what you call that, because very effective.
That ending is really cool because the way, I don't know if it was McCartney, but the way the ending was arranged, the chunks keep getting taken out of the chord progression, so it seems to be going faster and faster. It's like it's fragmenting.
Oh.
You know, I don't know if you've noticed that. Again, this is one of these techniques which I think of as being a classical, something that composer like Beethoven or Mozart would do, where you take a basic phrase and you keep making it shorter and shorter, so it feels like there's this acceleration.
Wow.
And that goes right along with that sort of last really ghostly montage of their faces, right? They're sort of receding, and it's very trippy. But I think it works great with the music there, too.
Nice. I hadn't thought about that. I knew that I liked where it goes into a 3/4 time at the end. I thought that was a really nice touch. The Beatles would do those time shifts from time to time.
Yeah, exactly.
It just sounded so perfectly Beatlesque.
Exactly. And that's the part I'm talking about. But it sort of starts a little bit before that, too, because he ends the phrase, and then the motif comes back in again a little sooner than you expect. Right when he stops singing, that slide guitar comes in sort of a bar early.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's these 3 phrases that are 3-bar phrases instead of 4. So it's 2, 3, and then it repeats another 3-bar phrase, and 3, and then it goes to 3/4, right? 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3
Right.
3 1. It goes from 3/4 to like 3/8, 3 groups of even shorter notes. So it's all dwindling down. It's just nicely done.
You just gave me chills. It's not even the Beatles, and it's like, man, it is so powerful.
They're very good at what they do.
Wow, that's amazing. Did you guys watch the 12-minute video as well?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
It's a fragment of a song, really. It's not a full song. And I think John knew that. He recorded it in, I think, 1977, which is quite a while before he died. And he did a lot of work after that.
Right.
And he didn't finish it off. And I think probably because he thought, well, it's not quite good enough or whatever, you know. I think that's probably the way it is, the way it remains now, although there's so much work been done on it.
Right.
I know Paul did massive amount of work on it. And at the end of the day, I keep thinking, was it really worth it? Is it good enough? Most Beatle records, we can sing them very quickly after we've heard them 3 or 4 times. We can always sing them. I can't really sing this one, which tells me something. Do you know what you think?
This is the thing that's hard to wrap your head around because, as you say, on musical grounds, it's very slight and there's an unfinished quality to it.
Yeah.
And yet Paul put all this work into it to get some kind of realized vision for it. Like he needed to do it to reach some kind of resolution with John. Now, knowing these guys the way you did, do you think that this was something Paul was driven to do beyond the musical merits of what he had?
Yeah, I think it's all about Paul. You know, when the Beatles broke up, he was very, very upset because it was like a wife being deserted. He and John were best friends and had been for a long time. And suddenly John's lost interest and he's gone. And it took a while. I mean, Paul said himself, it took an awful long time for him to get over it. While he was getting over it, he made the McCartney album, you know. But I think always in the back of his mind, he thought, well, one day we might get back together again. And we'll all sing together. Just a few months before he died, Paul said to him, why don't you come down to New Orleans? We're going to be recording there. And it would have been in his mind that maybe we'll get together. And he wasn't sure. Maybe it wasn't quite right yet. Anyway, he just got back with Yoko again. So
right, that was 75 when Venus and Mars was being recorded, that they came that close.
I love an expert. Go on, you tell me.
Oh, no, you're right. He was with May.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that John was most receptive to working with Paul when he was with May rather than Yoko.
Yeah. Anyway, he didn't go. And he may have regretted it. I don't know. You'll never know. But I always felt that in later years, when John died, that ended something because he then couldn't get back to where he'd been. And I think that was probably quite hard for him. And now he's got this song, this fragment of a song, really. That's already a fragment. And probably not the best one either of the ones that John left behind. And he's kind of determined to rewrite history a bit and put the Beatles back together again. Because the band ended so unhappily, really. It was such a mess. And so he's done all this work. And Peter Jackson's done this fantastic video. A lot of work on that. And Paul's not getting any younger. None of us are. And he's probably thinking, well, it's in the back of his mind, I want to sort of complete things. I don't want to sort of leave it like this. And so he chose that song. And I think he chose the wrong song. I think he should have done Grow Old With Me, which is a great John Lennon song, which he didn't record properly. They fiddled around with it a couple of times. I think I'd love to have heard it with the amount of devotion and attention that's been put onto this one, because that would have been a #1 record on its own anyway, because it was just a great song. One of those great things that John could do now and again. He could really write wonderful songs, and that's one of them. That's what I think, anyway.
Yeah, I think if I'm looking at it from Paul's perspective, Ringo took it up and recorded it, and now and then at least had the benefit of an actual George guitar contribution. So maybe he was limited in his options. I don't know if George ever actually played guitar on Grow Old With Me when they had access to it.
I think they fiddled with it.
Yeah, they definitely had it in hand. You're sure. You're right about that.
Maybe they didn't. But, you know, it's a shame. It's been a hit since, Grow Old With Me.
Yeah.
But not a huge hit. Not the way John would have made it into a huge hit. It would have been, like Imagine, it would have been heard all the time. That never happened. And now it will never happen unless maybe next year they say, let's get that Grow With Me Again, do it again, and another Beatles record, but I don't think they will. I think this is it.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of stuff, John Lennon would whinge on about forever about how he hated doing the Let It Be album, which became to get embarrassing, and Paul said, well, he wasn't that bad. John told another story, and he hated doing it. And also, there was so much rancor going on when the Beatles broke up. Paul never, ever criticized John. John criticized Paul all the time. But at the same time, if anybody else criticized Paul, John would be the first to defend him.
Right.
He said, I didn't say that. He'd be very quick. So you could criticize him to me, but not to John, because he'd be straight away saying to you, hang on, Let It Be is by far the best song. He was talking to someone on one of the music papers who criticized Let It Be. John said, come on, it's a great song. It's a great song. And I think the guy was trying to sort of say, I'm with you, John. But actually, once you did that, John was very critical. He could criticize Paul, but you couldn't. It was that sort of thing.
Right. Had you heard the song? Had you heard John's version of it prior to this new recording? Okay.
No, well, I heard it last week.
Uh-huh.
I just played it out of interest.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought, when I heard it, I thought, crumbs, got a hell of a job making anything out of this. And Paul, he wrote a kind of middle eight sort of thing, the kind of chorus.
Yeah.
And
there was the part that John had written, the I don't want to lose you part, that was taken out of it. I was just wondering if you had any reaction, and again, knowing these guys the way you did, did you ever get a sense that with this song or any others besides the obvious one, How Do You Sleep, that John was writing, trying to communicate something to Paul?
I don't think he was. I just don't think he was. I've read that one online, that the message for Paul. Well, I don't know who wrote that. Probably Naked Miyoko, an assistant or somebody. Cool. Right. John wouldn't have written that. It's more likely that what would have happened was that one day they'd have been talking, and John would have said, I've got this song. Give it a listen. Let's see what we can do with it, this sort of thing. But I'm sure at the back of John's mind, not sure, I suspect at the back of John's mind, he was thinking one day we'll try it again and just see what happens. We've got all the time in the world. Well, he didn't have all the time in the world, as it turns out, but
right.
He would have been thinking that. But now Paul's thinking, I don't have all the time in the world. And now he's putting out all kinds of, his photographs in the portrait gallery. He's doing books on his songs, all this stuff, as though he wants to sort of set the record straight before the end comes. And, he's 80, I'm 82. So the end is going to come eventually for all of us. That'll be in his mind.
When I did hear the demo of it, I was somewhat nonplussed, but I loved the record. I loved the final version, really.
Did you guys get a sense, not hearing the new version, just going by the circulating Lennon sort of working tape? Because it's not, they call it a demo. It's not really finished. He's got that bridge that he's sort of feeling his way through. But there's the George quote that it was fucking rubbish, and we didn't know if he meant the song or the tape. And I was wondering if he really was making a judgment of the tape as it existed, that this is not finished enough to do anything with, or you've got that buzzing TV noise through it. What are we supposed to do with this? I wish we knew more about what exactly he was addressing.
Only Macca would know, I guess.
I've wondered about that because, and I think that's a great point, Robert, and it's something I've been thinking exactly what you just said, that it's being called a demo, but it's almost just like a writing tape. It sounds to me like he's kind of writing it as we're hearing it. He's just getting an idea down. So it's not even really, I think it's kind of a little unfair to call it a demo if we're starting to get into, well, how did they change it? Why did they change this? Why did they take out this part? Because just to my ear, it just sounds like he's writing as we're listening. And so, it's and as far as the George question goes, I think we've all been wondering that. What was he talking about, the sound, or was he talking about the song? And my instinct is just that, would they have even started working on it at all if he felt like it was musically rubbish? My instinct just says that for them to even start working on it, he must have found something musically about it that was worth digging into. And they probably just hit a wall. They probably just hit a wall sonically where they were like, we just can't get past the noise and the low fidelity. That's my instinct.
Yeah. We have no way of knowing.
There's that one interview with Paul. It's from a few years ago, I think. I've seen on YouTube where he says that he didn't use the quote that we know about George saying rubbish, but he said George went off it or something like that. And there was a certain look on his face, on Paul's face, that suggested to me that he wasn't pleased with George's reaction, and that I sensed that Paul meant that George didn't like it. I don't know. If you guys see that video,
I've seen
that
it.
interview with Paul, take a look and see if you agree or what you make of it.
And there was another one that we started working on, but George went off it. Fucking hell. Fucking rubbish, this is. It was like, no, George, this is John. It's still fucking rubbish, Oh, okay, then. So that one's still lingering around somewhere. I'm going to nick in with Jeff and do it, finish it one of these days.
Didn't George at one point say, I hope when I die somebody updates my crap demos? Which leads me to think that he didn't have a high opinion of the song musically.
But here's what I think about the song in terms of what we know about the other two Beatles recordings is that Free as a Bird, there's like an unfinished bridge, unfinished words that gave them the space to actually collaborate with John. It's not handed to them fully formed. Real Love, they had complained that, yeah, we did it, but there was less room for us to do anything other than contribute arrangement and color and be his sideman on that, basically. When I listen to the tape of Now and Then, I would think inherent lack of quality aside in terms of sonics, it did give them the space which then Paul ran with in terms of arranging and coming up with something separate. I'll get your guys' opinions, but to me, it was addition by subtraction in terms of that bridge. I thought was a bit too on the nose, Lennon-wise, to make it more of a solo John song than a Beatles song. And since it wasn't really fully formed anyway, taking that out and replacing it with something else that they came up with, I thought was the wiser move, and it tightened the song. That's my take, and everybody's might be different. What do you guys think?
Wouldn't all three of those demos have the same quality, right? They would have all, or they're from the same period.
Yeah.
So,
well, roughly, I don't know that they were the same day. They could have been over time. We know there's multiple takes of like Free as a Bird and some of the other songs that he didn't release. This one, I don't know if there's another take of this in existence.
Oh, I mean, like,
but it did seem that of what they were handed, this had the most sonic issues with it.
Oh, was this the far noisier than the Free as a Bird demos?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Because otherwise I would have said, yeah, if they had all been sketchy sound-wise and George had an opinion. And I actually think it's maybe possibly, like how would I know what Pat was saying? Maybe they hit a wall. Maybe they worked really hard on those first two songs and just got to a point where they needed a break to get through to finish this one. Sounds likely.
It might have even been the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. You know, if George had reached his limit being in the studio with Paul again, I wonder.
Yeah, who knows? There is video evidence, right? And sonic evidence that they started it. They got in there. We hear George's acoustic. Something I noticed earlier today when I was listening with headphones, just a little nerdy, detailed, obsessive listening. It sounds like in the intro, when you hear the guitars, the acoustic strumming, there's a little ghost of drums in there, I think. I mean, I can kind of hear it. There's like and so.
Oh yeah.
I'm wondering if they pulled those acoustics from a take that they did with Ringo in the room, because you can, if you listen real closely in that intro, you can hear a little bit. You can hear like a drum fill, just kind of very faintly in the back. So
it's really interesting that you say that, because everything I've read about the making of it is that when Paul decided, okay, this is it, we got Peter Jackson, now we can make something of this, that there was a 1995 drum track that Paul had Ringo redo. Mm-hmm. But I never thought to listen for it. And you're saying you hear it, and it's like, why wouldn't they have cleanly extracted that? And if it's in there, is that by design? To give
it's
more of
a little Easter egg. I mean, but that again just leads me to feel like, well, all three of them were playing the song at some point, so there must have been some feeling that there's something worth digging into.
Agreed.
Ringo's in the video, I think, in '95.
Yeah, when the shot of the three of them.
Track. Yeah, and just getting back to the tune, for me, Ringo's one of my favorite parts of the new version, just because, I don't know, it just doesn't seem all, and maybe Jeff Lynne would have done a bunch of, not quantizing, but cleaning it up, but there's Ringo comes in on a rim shot, and then right before the first chorus, he kind of hits a snare, but then doesn't. And I like how on this approach was more organic on this. Look, at the end of the day, this is as good as it can get for doing this thing, which is crossing time periods and epochs and eras,
dimensions.
It's not normal. It's dimensions. And it's Rod Serling, but for what that is, for doing this kind of exercise, which I guess they sort of were on the vanguard of with Real Love and Free as a Bird, and I don't know what came first, that or the Natalie Cole thing with her dad duetting with her. That did. So that feels like the first time anyone ever tried that. I could be wrong, but
certainly in a successful pop record. Everybody responded well to that, didn't freak out, so gave her a Grammy.
Exactly. So this number one record is to me a very successful version. And just really quick, while everyone's here, I want to ask you, now that you see what the demixing did, at least Peter Jackson's machine learning, which must be just for the Beatles stuff, what it did, how beautiful the Lennon vocal was extracted. Don't you kind of want them to go back to Free and Bird and Real Love, the same thing?
It's a marketing no-brainer.
I mean, it's a marketing dream. You can now put these out with the same, because they need it. They need it. They'll be better. I mean, it's not a creative decision. It's just a technical decision. So anyway, that's...
Yeah, I would vote for that.
Yeah, I would go for that.
Did everybody love it on first listening?
100%, because it also by default, by the rule book here, if there is one, you can go ahead and screw with it. It's open season on that, because it never was a normal thing to begin with. So go in and get his vocal. Let's see what Real Love really sounds like when you extract it out, and let's see what Free as a Bird. All that is to say that I do think it's a beautiful record. I listened again today too, and they did all the right. They approached it, I thought, instinctually really well. The ending is kind of unique. I think the string part is great. It's, like I said, about as great of a record as you can make with what you got here.
Yeah.
Anyone else agree or disagree?
Yeah.
I agree.
In doing that, would they then go back and look at the Jeff Lynne sampled kick and snare ELO thing that's happening on all those songs? Would they change that? Because when I listened to Free as a Bird after hearing this one, and I had the same kind of reaction from when those tunes came out, I wasn't sure if I was crazy about them. Putting them side by side, I love those tunes now. They still hold up. And maybe even that sampled kick and snare, maybe there's something to it.
Oh, yeah.
But I'd love to hear.
For me, it's just mainly about the Lennon vocal. It's like when I saw that first video the day before and I heard the Lennon vocal soloed, I don't know anyone who didn't get chills from that.
Yeah.
I was talking about my partner, Jason Hiller, who does a lot of engineering with me, both agreed that it was he taped it on a Sony with those two condenser speakers at the piano. Probably we all used to have those boom boxes. They're good. I mean, it blew my mind when they extracted that vocal. It sounds as good as you could hope it to be. For just two condenser mics in a big, beautiful room in the Dakota at a piano, it's reverberating through that. It's John Lennon, for Christ's sake, singing it. And you go, okay, I see why they thought they had something to work with here, because it does sound great.
In my perfect world, there would have been an EP with Now and Then, and Free as a Bird, rejiggered to fix the vocal, Real Love, same thing, and then the isolated Lennon vocal track of Now and Then all the way through. Because that little tiny bit we got in the 12-minute video was Jesus, I could listen to all of that
day long.
Well, just to hear the texture of his voice in that way, it really is, chills.
Yeah, any soloed vocal. I mean, honestly, it's not like we get to hear that much. I mean, I would take it on just about anything you ever did. So Go ahead, demix all his Dakota demos. What was that called again back in the 80s? The Lost Lennon tapes. Mm-hmm. Do that to all of them. That's what I want to hear. I just want to hear that Dakota stuff cleaned up.
That would be a reissue that makes sense.
Then when you sent me around the link to the making of the 12-minute one, and then John's voice comes in without the accompaniment. And of course, that's the voice I fell in love with. I would love to just hear the song just without anything in the background. Just give me his voice. Give me his voice.
I know it's true. It's all because of you. And if I make it through, it's all because of you.
I love them all for multiple reasons, but my favorite era of John's voice is especially when, like, All I've Got to Do and that strong rock and roll just, it kills me. And so when I heard this for the first time, I thought, oh, here's another 70s John Lennon song. At first, everyone don't crucify me.
That was the quintessential moment for me as well. Is that just hearing John's voice enhance the way it was due to the technology. It was simply beautiful to listen to.
That was it. And that's not on the record. That's on the how-to. And I hope people see that they can hear that difference. But the emotion that he's singing, the words, what he's asking for in that song, at least for me, is what he's asked for all of his life, which is love me, don't leave me. But he's an adult when he's now doing this song. And I know people are speculating this is a love song to Paul. I think it's more like one to Yoko, with the genealogy going back to his original losses of Julia. It could be to Sean. Who knows? But as an adult, he's got that now and then where he's sort of saying, I know something about love now. And, it comes and goes. It's not a panacea. It's whatever it is. And there's a little edge, I feel, to that refrain of now and then. Now and then I'll think of this and that. I don't know. It just moves me. It's not my favorite song of his, but it's his voice. It's his original message.
It's weird because I got an email from my girlfriend that is in the book, that she and I went to the concert together. I don't hear from her too much. But she, out of the blue, I just get this email, subject line, I'm crying. I knew what she was talking about. So when I spoke, I had to call her on the phone. I called her on the phone and we were singing. And I had that May Pang thing. I was thinking, this could be to her. This could be, oh my God, this could be anything. But when you think about how they revisited this song through time and they wanted to do something with it, and it meant so much to them, and the way that the film goes back in time, I thought, talking to my girlfriend, I said, this is a love song to a friend. His best friend. Oh. And it's a love song to his mates. So that's where it went to for me, because they could have just dropped it or left it be the piano thing, but they all contributed what they did best that made this into art. And if it can transcend, it's good. I think those other songs did not transcend. This does, because it had the best of Paul's vision. It had the best of George's sound. Ringo knew exactly how to shuffle in his, whatever that little beat thing, it's his mark. And so that's what it became for me. It became art. It became a love song. It became intimate. Mm-hmm. And it also transcended.
That was the message I got too. Certainly that's the message that the video gives you. It's a different experience, again, listening to the song as opposed to watching the video and listening to the song. But absolutely, the Apple product, the video that Jackson gave us, it's about friendship. Obviously, we don't know whether that was what was in John's brain when he was writing the song, but that's how it's being given to us now by the other Beatles and by the estate of John Lennon, by Yoko Ono. You have Sean in the video of the making of it, talking about it. So it's with the implicit approval of the estate, even if we weren't in John's brain when he's actually coming up with the song. So certainly that's what I got from it. And you talk about how it's historical. I got a text from my best friend, whom I've known since I was 12. And her text was just, isn't it great that at our age, we get a new Beatles song? Isn't that awesome? And I thought that was stupendous because one of the first things I bonded with my best friend over was we both liked the Beatles in 1993. We were both middle school Beatles fans. So I thought it was really interesting. I am curious if we would have a different perspective on it if it had come out with the other two during Anthology. Because it's a singular song now, because of the technological issues that we were only able to get this as a standalone, as it were now, thanks to Peter Jackson and thanks to current technology, I did find myself wondering, would we have evaluated it differently if it had come out in 95 with Free as a Bird and Real Love? Because that's when it was intended to come out.
The maturity level is obvious. They're looking back at their lives. And the older Paul and Ringo, they are framing it in the perspective of looking back at your life.
My first impression was, I wouldn't say I was underwhelmed. I would say I was more like, okay, all right, it's here. We're done, Didn't have much of an impact on me. Then I watched the video the first time. And then I listened to the song again. I found that the second, the third, the fourth time that I listened to the song, it was really staying with me. It had become like a earworm kind of thing. It had really become like sort of that kind of thing. It stuck. And so the funny thing is that a similar thing happened with Real Love, in that I really liked Free as a Bird right from the start when that first came out. When I listened to Real Love the first time, I was a little underwhelmed. And fast forward, how many years now? 25, 28 years. And I love that song as much as Free as a Bird, Will this song enter that same category? I don't know. My overall reaction is it was definitely the weakest of the three. I think that at best it would have been a B-side if it was a real Beatles release. It would have been a B-side, or it would have been, one of the more obscure album tracks like Wait or Run for Your Life, the ones that don't get much of the radio play, even on Sirius, even on the Beatles channel on Sirius. But I don't think it was an embarrassment, which I've seen some people say. It wasn't good enough. I've seen some articles say that it's sad that this is the final Beatles release. It's like, no, I think it's fine. I think it's as canonical as the other two. And if you find that those two are apocryphal, then this is just as apocryphal. But it's just as valid. Let's put it that way. It's as valid as the other two. It's not an embarrassment. It's not a real come down. And I love the fact that John doesn't sound like a ghost singing from the next room.
Right.
Technology has come so far that he really feels very present.
It's made me think a lot about the Beatles within time and just how people have come to the Beatles at different points on the timeline. So I don't mean to get all heavy right away with this conversation, but it really has made me think about the history, the cultural history, biographical history, not just of each Beatle, but all of us, and how we have come to them and how they've become so meaningful for all of us. So yeah, it's time travel of the best kind, but it also speaks to the way that the Beatles have always been of their time, but also there's this longer history and the legacy. It's quite profound, obviously, when you think about it.
make me think, Christine, that any encounter with a Beatles song is always an interaction between the then, when it was recorded, and the now, in which it's being listened to.
Right.
That plays into what you're saying, too.
Absolutely.
Did any of you hear the original Lennon tape before hearing the new recording?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It was always all over Tumblr, I remember, during my teenage years. And I thought, okay, well, this is as good as we're going to get it.
So there was a certain set of expectations.
Yeah.
At least you had an idea what you'd be in for once the song dropped. And I would say, unlike Free as a Bird and Real Love we had a version of that was in the doc, but it was not the same one they used. Free as a Bird, I recall there was no leakage of the demo that I heard, at least that I remember at this point. So when you heard the finished track, it was pretty stunning to hear the Beatles in 1995 or whenever it was. So each of you, give me your reactions to hearing the track independent of the video when you first heard it. What were your thoughts?
I thought that it was stunning. When I first heard it, I mean, I actually posted a video about this today. I figured that there was going to be a little more piano in it because I was just basing it off of the demo because I had heard it before. But I mean, the opening with the piano was absolutely beautiful. And I even liked Paul's addition of the strings going into it. I thought that was a good accompaniment, if that you say the word. I thought that was great. And then even the slide guitar inspired by George, I thought that was a magnificent touch. It was heartwarming to hear that Paul was saying, oh, I want to do that for George. I want to mimic what he's doing. And I mean, it would have been a little nicer to hear a whole guitar solo just from George so he could have his little spotlight moment. But it is heartwarming to hear that Paul wanted to do that for him. So I think just all of that combined, and then you have that in a song combined with the message of the song itself, all of that together just makes it extra emotional.
Did you know all that when you were hearing it, that, okay, this isn't George playing the slide, it's Paul honoring him? Or did that come later?
I did.
Okay.
Because I watched the that 12-minute documentary that came out the day before. So I had that in my head. And I was thinking, I wish it was George, but it still sounds great. Paul did a great job.
John's voice, that was the main thing for me.
That's all.
In the 12-minute video, the isolation, they could easily put that out as a bonus track on the CD.
I was saying in my video today, too, I was like, I want another version where it's just John singing, or if it's just him and piano and just nothing else. Like, I don't know if you'd call that an acoustic version or not, but yeah.
Unplugged, give
something like that as a little bonus. Apple, take notes.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think the purity and clarity, that's the amazing thing about what's happened with Mal and what they've been able to achieve. Because as much as I was grateful for Free as a Bird and Real Love in the mid-90s, the fact that it doesn't sound like John's voice being siphoned through AM radio, although that's great sound too. But just, the cleanness, the purity of his voice, for me, that was the real standout moment with the first couple of listens, I would say.
Just thinking in marketing terms, that would have been a good move on their part, that when they dropped this, which apparently has been ready for a while, they could have done the work on those other tracks too. Made it some kind of EP, a Threedles EP, something like that, just to have it ready to go, because that's obviously going to be the next thing people are going to ask for once they hear this. But I think, like most people, I heard the Lennon voice in the 12-minute video first, and that was when I knew it was living up to the hype of Paul saying something like, when you hear John isolated like that, it was absolutely stunning, like it had just been recorded and something like that. It's like, wow, you sure did.
I had goosebumps.
I had complete faith in their ability music-wise to put together a suitable backing for it. So, and that ground they certainly delivered.
I'm just going to riff on something Christine said. Got a very clear memory of 1995 and hearing Free as a Bird for the very first time. Because there was no, real internet to speak of, I had to wait until it was premiered on local radio. And the moment they finished playing it, they took callers on the radio station. And the first one was a woman who hated the track and said, sounds like John Lennon singing out of his grave. And there's some truth to that. There is something very spectral, very thin about John's presence on Free as a Bird, which is more than made up for in his presence in Now and Then, I think.
Yeah.
Sure. Absolutely. Hearing John's voice isolated like that and just hearing it sound so clear, I think it hits harder for fans my age today, because it sounds like he is here with us today and he is recording it like that. And we're sitting here thinking, oh my gosh, he could have recorded this yesterday. That's how good it sounds. It feels like he is still with us and he's still part of the Beatles, because, you know, we weren't alive at the same time he was. So I think having that just makes the track extra special. And I think that's a huge part of the reason why we're latching onto it so much.
Mm-hmm. So I took a different approach. I am one of those fans who I shut out the world when anything of interest is about to come out, because I feel like there's so few things that I really look forward to coming out. That something of the Beatles, I didn't watch any of the documentaries before or any information. I didn't read anything. I didn't listen to anything. I waited. Now I would have waited even until I got my record in the mail. But my friend Beth called me really early and said, I can't do an interview on Sky News. Do you want to do it? And so it was all lined up pseudo. They're really weird about communicating with you. And then, you know, last minute after I listened to the song in a rush, trying to have a reaction, they're like, oh, we've gone in a different direction. So I was like, you made it. But I will say this. So for me, the reaction listening to it again was almost more important to me. It was just the anticipation. So, you know, when it first hit my ears, it definitely was an emotional reaction, because I thought, this is it. This is the one chance I get to hear the Beatles for the first time, because I was quite young in 95. I'm a 80s baby, but I have opinions now. I've listened to it more, and I have opinions that people won't like and some that they'll love and agree with. But I mean, the first moment I wrote down as I was listening to it for the first time. I like to see what my reaction was. And I definitely shed a tear.
Just from the audio?
Just from the song, yeah. Just from the audio.
Yeah.
And the video, I questioned some of the choices, but that's okay. That's a whole nother thing. But I shed a tear.
We'll get to it.
Just by myself, you know.
In some ways, I wish that I'd had an experience more like yours, where I'd kept a lot of the discourse out of my first experience so that I could be fresh. But as I said, I was very familiar with the demo tape already. And so on first listen, I was thrown by the absence of the bridge. In lead up to hearing it for the first time, my anticipation led me to walk around singing, I Don't Want to Lose You, quietly to myself for days on end. I know the internet's been divided on whether the bridge should or shouldn't be included.
I think what hits me most about the song, just the sound of it itself, is the elegance. There's sort of understated quality that maybe as an indie rock girl I really respond to, versus sort of the Jeff Lynne production value of the 1995 songs. I love the string arrangement. I love the outro. The outro is what makes me want to cry more than anything, because there's that gravitas and sense of finality. I mean, all songs have that quality to a certain extent, because the songs have to end somehow in a way that is hopefully memorable. But I find the ending for this song incredibly moving.
Did anyone else find that the ending reminded them of Wait? The end of Wait on Rubber Soul? I've been alone. Sort of shaking of the tambourine.
Not in particular.
I didn't make that connection yet, but now I think I have to re-listen to both of them back to back.
Yeah.
But then I think, Christine, what you were saying about how the ending was so powerful, I mean, even when you think about it now, like, that's just not a regular ending to a song. That's the ending to the Beatles, because this is their final song. So it's the final ending. And even that, and then when you watch the ending of the video and you hear that, it's like, wow, this is it. We're experiencing the end of the Beatles together 60 years later. And that's something you never thought would happen.
No.
And Skylar, I just want to add to that, is like, everything's so out of context for most of us, because we were not, you know, there in 1964, or at least not old enough. And so this is such a pivotal moment in that way.
It was a very Beatley ending in that they were prone to give us surprises. So when it went from the 4/4 to the 3/4 time at the end, that was nice. And I think my first listening was probably conditioned a bit by the various versions that were floating around out there. And I was thinking it was going to be a little more satisfying the first time I heard it, either because they would build and do something better than those fake versions out there, or being Beatles, you always expect something unexpected from them, something fresh or something, you know, what twist are they going to put in here? And I felt the first time I heard it, I felt a little bit let down. Like, is that all there is? And I really think that's because of my conditioning, but it took me a while playing it over and over and over again before it really started to sink in. And that's when I started to get it. And I recognized that you can't really judge this by the criteria you would apply to something they would produce in the 60s when they were an active band looking to break ground with everything. This is more along the lines of a gift that they're giving to the fans, and I think Paul is giving to himself to work with John one more time.
Yeah, I agree with you, Robert. I found on first listen, I was a little surprised at how restrained the contributions of the others who worked on it were. I found myself wanting to hear a little more of Paul, maybe a little more of Ringo. I think I was hoping to hear something surprising and delightful at some point. And I was reflecting that the Beatles tended to make very bold, innovative choices in their output. And there's an extent to which they play it safe a little bit on this track. But I think, like you, on repeated listenings, I'm now quite a fan of how restrained Paul in particular is. I think he really strengthens and realizes the song rather than the tape of different musical ideas that sit around a common theme, but in no way finished. He's built a very Beatley scaffold around John's demo, and he doesn't indulge himself at any point.
Which he could easily have done.
George wouldn't have complained that his bass is too busy or anything, or anything like that. I think I agree with you. I like the way Paul, his presence kind of permeates this track without ever once you're being able to point to an instance of where he's standing out in it. Like us often say that Ringo's a great drummer because he never draws attention to himself. But I think both Paul and Ringo are doing that here, and that's in the service of the song.
Beautifully said. I couldn't agree more with you. When Paul had made that announcement earlier this year about we're the last Beatles record, we used AI, blah, blah, and everybody just freaked out.
Yeah.
and then we finally got to see what he's talking about. It's like, oh, that's okay.
Yeah, because it was like a hot button moment for Chat GPT and all of that ravaging our civilization.
Right.
Everyone's concerned.
Yes. If you are a creator, you should be very concerned.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I've even seen people griping about the fact that they pulled the harmony vocals from Because and Eleanor Rigby and Here, There, and Everywhere. And my response was, would you rather somebody else do those background vocals? I mean, it's a Beatles song. You want it to be them. And the way that they did it was pretty incredible. And the thing is it's not like John didn't copy himself in later songs. Like he would take the guitar picking style from Dear Prudence that he used on Plastic Ono Band, one of the songs off of Plastic Ono Band.
Or even on Mind Games, I Know.
Exactly, yeah. They copied themselves numerous times.
When we was Fab.
Right, exactly.
Skylar, do you have a sense among your peer group how the Beatles are received generally and how this event is being received? I've heard plenty from first generation fans all through Allison's generation. There was a lot of people giving it a lot of criticism when it first came out, as well as the video, but I don't think they're as in tune to what this was put out there in the spirit of. But I'm kind of curious, a generation that far removed, if you were seeing any kind of consensus whatsoever around it.
When the announcements first came out, we were all just completely overwhelmed because we're thinking, we're getting a new Beatles song in our lifetime. We get to experience this because a lot of us, we were either way too young when Anthology came out or we weren't alive when Anthology came out. So we didn't get the whole Free as a Bird, Real Love experience. And so this was kind of our version of that. And it was a way for us to, go back into the Beatlemania days where we're thinking, oh my God, I'm so excited for the new Beatles song to drop. We're getting a new Beatles music video. It's so weird to say, but we were all unified in that. And I'm very active in the Beatles community on Twitter. And I would say that just looking through my feed the day that the song came out and the documentary and the music video and everything, everyone was more active than I've ever seen them before. Like for once, there are so many moments of disagreements and just drama on that side of Twitter. But in that moment, it was all out the window. We were all here to care about this one specific moment in time. And I think in terms of disagreements that we had a consensus on, I think we all agreed that the Beatles social media channel should have done better in terms of promoting it. Like we were all a little bit disappointed in that sense, how they probably could have spanned it out a little bit longer, the promotion. Like, it just felt so sudden, and we didn't have, enough time to prepare ourselves, because all of a sudden it's, oh, hey, the last Beatles song, by the way. And we all go, what? You could have given us at least a couple more weeks, like at least a month or two, but you're just dropping this in our laps. I mean, a nice surprise, don't get me wrong, but also you could have done so much more to be promoting it. There could have been so much more opportunity there.
It was a little weird, especially when you saw the quote from Ringo, who I guess he was on tour or something. Somebody asked him about it, and he's like, oh, that was supposed to be out by now. And this was like in September, October, something like that. It's like they weren't all coordinated on the same page, and you expect more from Beatles.
Yeah.
They did what they did, and like you say, it was kind of sudden that they sprang on us. But
it doesn't seem like them at all.
It's weird.
But I mean, we have the song now. So I mean, we can't really complain. We got it in its entirety.
I have a lot of students, college students, that have asked me, they've come up and asked me, have you enjoyed the new track? What do you think? And I'm like, I didn't tell you about that. So they know it's there.
Oh, yeah.
But I say, what did you think? Oh, I haven't listened to it yet. I said, well, why don't you listen to it? But they don't know the catalog. But that, I don't think it matters,
I feel like if you're not a massive Beatles fan, it's also not going to hit as close to home. Like, you'll probably hear it and think, oh, yeah, that was really good, or that was really nice. But when you're a super fan and you've been through their entire journey with them, it hits so much different.
And I wonder if it'll work in reverse. There was a point that Aaron brought up about this potentially being a gateway drug for this generation.
Oh, absolutely.
That if they know nothing, and this is the thing that connects with them, and they want to see what all the hype's about, and then they start backtracking through the catalog.
Absolutely.
I think Spotify has Beatles are number 1 over Taylor Swift.
Huh.
Yeah, that's right.
I like Taylor Swift, so.
You're allowed.
I like that Beatles are number 1.
When we had the conversation with Sibby, and Taylor Swift and Beyonce were brought up as the great megastars of today. That may well be in terms of sales and all that stuff, but I don't see it as the same unifying force.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe not in longevity sense, but I went to see not the actual tour. I wouldn't spend money on the actual tour, but I did go to see the movie with a friend in her 40s. She wanted to go more than I did. I was like, okay, I'll go. And I'm not that familiar with Taylor Swift, but I will say that the fans are dedicated fans.
I can agree to that.
Is it both genders, or does it skew female?
There are male fans too, just like for Britney.
What would you say the balance is?
Oh, probably more female, probably.
But it's that same unity.
Yeah, the community is strong. I got a friendship bracelet that says F the patriarchy from a Swiftie. So I'm just saying that they are strong and they are unified. And what I really love is that when I ask like my early college, high school students what they think, and I get a diverse room, and they love her and they like who she is. And if they don't like the music, they're like, I like the woman. And so I think that's really interesting. And she writes her own music. I want to give her credit here is she's not a made pop star in the same way. They all work, but she does create her own music. So
yeah. Yeah, I totally agree with you, Allison. And my students, especially when I'm teaching courses that have to do with youth culture and popular music, that's the main person they want to talk about. So I think there is a real movement and groundswell around Taylor Swift, and that has been true for quite some time now. It's not just an overnight phenomenon. Her fan base has been growing and growing over quite a few years at this point. So it's interesting to kind of compare the quality and the experience of the fandom in the contemporary moment as compared to Beatlemania or Beatles fandom. Yeah, it's definitely a strong community, that's for sure.
And I think that that's the case with, like, even growing up when Hanson came out. I mean, all my friends and I had every single magazine I could possibly get a hold of. And it was a pretty strong group in the school. We talked. I wasn't old enough to do things. And they didn't last. I mean, they still tour, but they didn't stay in the same fame light. And when they do, and they're monumental like Taylor Swift, I think there will be a lasting impact, if not forever, at least for a long time. It will ripple.
Life is very short and there's no time.
Yeah, I think we just don't have the perspective yet that we obviously have with the Beatles and the fandom and community. So it's a wait and see sort of situation.
Did you make an event out of first listening to the track?
I did. I got up at, I'm trying to remember because I know the documentary was at one time like 3:30 in the afternoon or something like that. And then the song was at 10 in the morning, 9 in the morning, Eastern time. And then the video was like an hour before, like 9 in the morning, whatever. Yes. Short answer is I put in my calendar. I'm like, all right, the song is going to be out at this time. The kids are already off to school. I'm just going to sit down. And I think I listened to the audio on the, no, I know what I did. I streamed it from, this is, I'm sure, not the most, audiophile way to do it. I streamed it from my phone to my stereo through Bluetooth, and then like a receiver with regular, speakers, and enjoyed it that way. But yeah, I made an event. It was just my wife and I in the morning having coffee, listening to it. But I set aside time to listen to it the moment it came out. So
was it Spotify or YouTube?
You know what? Sirius Radio. So they were playing broadcast. It also. Okay. Yeah, when it was being broadcast there. So just like I watched Freeze a Bird when the video came out on the ABC.
Yeah.
When they had the documentary. So
it's like a Sunday night or something like that.
Yeah. I'm sitting there with play record on my remote control.
On your VCR. Get that VCR out.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So overall, what did we think of what was delivered? Sonic shortcomings aside, just aesthetically, did it deliver or is it lacking? How should we receive this?
I'm the wrong person to ask because I'm really not enamored with it. I think they could have done so much more. And not with the music, but we're talking about artwork as well.
Oh, the sleeve design?
The labels on the vinyl look great, but I think some of these guys online are so talented coming up with their own single sleeves for it. It's hard to believe that they went with what they went. I thought, like many others, that it was simply a placeholder for Amazon and everybody else, just so that they didn't reveal the artwork before the disc was out. But
TBA.
Well, remember, the Beatles also paid for the White Album.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
The cover art.
Yes.
For now and then. That sort of grayish, bluish thing. For me, it seems like kind of a letdown. There's nothing interesting about it. It seems very plastic. That was my impression. What did you guys think?
That's been the biggest, for me, not the biggest, one of the most interesting, litmus tests for people that are super fans, not fans, whoever, artists, non-artists, is this incredibly divisive reaction to the cover, which I love. Actually, I love the cover. I don't know why. I feel like it's very simple and has just very blank, and you can project whatever onto it. And I kind of feel like it's it lends itself to what we were talking about earlier about the song being timeless and obviously about past and present. It's just sort of, it doesn't look super modern. It doesn't look like there's a lot of effort put into it. It's not overwrought. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, the artist is pretty well known.
It also gives me the feeling like, here's what we made. We're not super concerned if you're in love with it or not, but we like it. So there you go.
Again, it follows Paul's and all of them really, but we can definitely find evidence in specific instances with Paul. It's an artist from the fine art world, a pop artist, a legendary pop artist that Paul is bringing into the vocabulary, like when they work with Peter Blake or the artist doing the White Album cover and,
Hamilton,
yeah. Bringing in people from the fine art world, maybe like the avant-garde world, and Ed Ruscha.
Well, there you go. The White Album was it was the same thing and was just as controversial at the time.
It's kind of like Paul saying, I'm going to turn people on to something, that maybe they didn't know about, something that I dig, something that I think is connected to this, maybe not in an obvious way, but let's turn some people on to this. Let's get people talking. I think it's really cool.
I love the fact that it's elicited such a strong reaction.
Yeah.
Also creates a dialogue like the one we're having now. It creates that strong reaction. I think that's an accomplishment. That's cool.
Would any cover have been good enough for anybody? It's just like, I kind of liked it because I liked I just liked there was something beautiful about the color scheme. I just liked the kind of, it just is not invasive. And it's, sure. I don't really care, at the end of the day, but just in the sense of, I just wanted to hear it. All I wanted to do was hear it. But I do actually like it. And I like it's kind of diagonal and it's simple and it's got a nice color to it. And you kind of just like you said, it's a conversation piece. I didn't even imagine it would be, but of course it is because it's Beatles.
Yeah, that's the funny thing is that I don't remember this kind of strong reaction to the sleeve for Free as a Bird or Real Love. If you guys recall, for Free as a Bird, it was John's drawing from In His Own Right. It was like, I think on the dedication page, it's actually a rendering of Pete Shotton with the birds, and so they use that because, oh, birds, got it. And then for Real Love, they use that 65 group studio picture that they airbrushed the smokes out of, and nobody flipped their shit over that. But here we are, 2023, Rolling Stones have a #1 album, the Beatles have a #1 single, and people are just, as you say, it's like there's a sense of possession among a certain strata. How dare they? And it's like, hey, it's the 60s all over again, and now it's all this.
Yeah, I like the way it leaves room, it like leaves room for you to, like you say, make your own associations with the track. And it's not imprinting a visual onto the track in a way that you can't get out of. But
right.
yeah.
Or a literal meaning.
It leaves you room, room to
hate,
to imagine.
I like John's sort of little scrawl now and then. I would have liked to have seen that incorporated. It would have felt more personal. It would have felt, I don't know, more connected to John.
But would it be too John-centric?
I love the cassette graphic that they've used for.
Yeah.
I mean, there are other graphics I've seen that I really like too. But
yeah, that's the scroll I'm referring to. Thank you.
Yeah, the cassette with the scroll. That's great.
Yeah.
Somebody posted on my Facebook page. I don't know. I'm assuming it was fan made, but what they did was they utilized. I don't know how many people are familiar with when the White Album came out. There was an actual John Lennon drawing. We know the John Lennon caricature he did of himself that got ubiquitous, but there was one he did of all four Beatles around the time of the White Album that I think was used in an ad or something. So it's cool to see how he drew Paul and George and Ringo. But somebody imposed that with his scrawl of Now and Then and said, this is what the sleeve should have been, or something like that. And it's like, okay, for the traditionalists, there is that.
Well, that was me. It wasn't, but that sounds perfect.
Yeah, I mean, but maybe it would have been a little too literal. It's like if for the Please Please Me album, they'd gone with George Martin's suggestion of photographing him outside the insect house at the London Zoo. I agree with you that I think the rollout was kind of clumsy, and it reminded me of when 8 Days a Week was in theaters, and that was the opportunity they seized upon to reissue Hollywood Bowl as some sort of pseudo soundtrack.
Yeah.
And with the ugly ass cover that they put on it, that was like evocative of nothing to do with the Hollywood Bowl shows. So it just seems like, what have we got on the shelf? Okay, let's put this out. So we're doing the red and the blue albums. Let's just stick it on there.
Right.
I thought it would have been a lot more appropriate had they, as you described, revamped Free as a Bird and Real Love, put out some kind of EP, and maybe they could have put as bonus material the naked solo Lennon voice that sounds so beautiful in the 12-minute video, something like that. They could have made it a freestanding release. If you don't want to tack it on to the 62 to 70 canon, that's fine. But you have it out there in a fitting setting. I thought marketing-wise that would have made more sense, but that's not what they're going to do. And maybe someday there might be a double disc Beatles 1 and 2, obvious things that are omitted from Beatles 1, like Strawberry Fields and Please Please Me, because they didn't fit the criteria. They could shove it onto that too, but, and fudge it whatever the way they want to. Call it the Green Album or something. I don't know. But I should be in their marketing department.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the Hollywood Bowl. I just watched a video the other day where somebody criticized the original Hollywood Bowl cover and was praising the new one, the cover that you were just talking about. Yeah. And I was like sitting there watching and like thinking, what world am I living in? I mean, the Hollywood Bowl cover, the original from '77, that's a great cover.
It is.
Beautiful.
And if you didn't want to do that, you've seen the Spies or recreation if they'd put it out in '64 looking like a Capitol album. Mm-hmm. There's plenty of beautiful shots of them at the Hollywood Bowl.
Yeah.
Or you could take, there's a photo of cops and fans outside the Hollywood Bowl venue with the Beatles name on the marquee.
Right.
Anything you could have done. But them getting off a plane that could have been from absolutely anywhere is ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can still hear, despite and maybe this is because of how bit crushed the high-res audio is of Now and Then, I can still hear artifacts, what I would call digital artifacts.
It's very wishy-washy in spots when the reverb trails sound as if they're underwater. I hear what you're talking about.
Yeah, and those are complex audio signals. It doesn't surprise me that things like the tail of a reverb is going to be hard to normalize of a natural reverb. So the sound of a room falling off when the math is trying to keep all of that stable, that it wouldn't quite get that right. It's especially evident. I was listening to a 5.1 version of the Dolby Atmos mix, and that in particular, the tails on vocals that you hear have that digital distortion that makes it clear that there's processing going on.
Talk some more about that, because it seemed in the exchanges you and I had that you were very dissatisfied with what they put out.
Yeah, I don't believe that there is a good mix of this song available commercially right now, unfortunately. We all know the components that are supposed to be there, right? There's supposed to be a big-ass orchestra. Paul's playing bass. George has got guitar. There's backing vocals extracted from multiple Beatles songs that go in. Paul singing a dual lead vocal at times with John. But you do not hear those in any kind of definition in either the 2496 high-res version or the Dolby Atmos version. You hear more of what might be there in the high-res version. You hear that there's an orchestra, but the fineness of these things, fineness of the bass, the punch of the drums, or the clarity of the low end, clarity of the bass versus the drums. You do not hear those in the high-res version. In the Atmos version, the 5.1 rendering of the Atmos version, you'd be surprised to know that there's a string section or any backing vocals at all.
Exactly. I mean, I was expecting strings from behind and the sides and up above, and they're just all kind of thrown in there in the middle with everything else. There's not that much in the Atmos.
For me, doing mixing work, that's very disappointing. And as Chip was saying earlier, the lack of dynamics in it. There's a guy who analyzed it in the UK. His name's Ian Shepherd, really great mastering engineer. And he determined that the mix was at minus 6.5 LUFS, which is loudness units full scale, which is how you measure loudness in the audio world. That is incredibly loud. That's like, if anyone remembers back to the Death Magnetic Metallica album, thank you. That was considered one of the loudest albums ever made, so loud that it was almost unlistenable. And because it's so loud, all the dynamics are taken out of it. Dynamics being, for people that aren't formal with that term, it's the difference between the quietest and the loudest sounds that you hear in any group of sounds.
So everything's evened out, in effect?
Yeah, everything gets completely evened out. And that's why you say it's smashed or it's crushed, is rather than have a wide
dynamic range,
you have just a very minimal dynamic range that all the sounds occur within. So rather than a broad range where quiet to loud can occur naturally, like the strings come in and we hear them swell up and go out. No, they're all happening within this very, very narrow range when you're mixing something at that loudness.
Martin, can you please get everything louder than everything else?
Now, in contrast, Love Me Do, the B-side, is dynamic. It was mixed and mastered at minus 12. And so now when you play those back to back, you get this smashed loud thing and then this very open quiet thing on the same release. And that's just, it's just not the way it's done.
You wonder if that's why they not have had a CD or single of it in the first place. Since the last week, it's become available worldwide, but you wonder if maybe it's the differences in mastering that would keep them from wanting to put those on a CD back to front.
Yeah, well, mastering can only work with what the mixer gave them. So at the core of it, this is starting with mixing decisions that they made.
On the assumption that these guys aren't idiots, where did they go wrong?
Well, it's a very modern sort of ethic. If you think of modern pop music, modern pop and dance music and that sort of thing, it's a pretty limited dynamic range. The idea is you're keeping everything in people's ears all the time. There's something in your ears all the time, but it doesn't work for classic rock and roll.
So you think they were aiming for the way people listen to music now, like through earbuds?
Yeah, that might have been what they thought they were doing with it.
Uh-huh.
Jerry, you would know this. How would this compare to, say, how McCartney 3 was mixed or his more recent work? Assuming Paul was the driver of that sort of concept of mixing,
decision making.
Well, McCartney 3 is also like a very modern sounding album, but it is a modern album, right? You're not working with source material that's 30, 40 years old. So in that sense, a limited dynamic range on a modern McCartney release is fine. But when you're bringing in the sort of elements that give us the feel of the Beatles, theoretically, that's what they're trying to do, right? Give us a new Beatles release. Then there are definitely certain hallmarks, especially if you take into account the Abbey Road album. Abbey Road is just a masterclass on dynamics. It's so beautifully wide open and expressive. And you follow the emotions of the song because you're drawn into it through the play of dynamics. When the strings come in, your heartbeat changes on something, or the swell at the end, right? That's the nature of a Beatles track that we want to hear. If they were trying to give us a last Beatles experience, then they didn't give any of us that. And again, the biggest problem I've got is whatever they wanted to give us, they didn't give everybody anything. They gave everyone a little of something, but they didn't give anybody the whole picture of what this song was meant to be. And I feel like they missed the boat in the mix. And now you say, well, those are the digital versions, right? So I'll just get vinyl and I'll be fine. Except,
do I have to return this?
Vinyl. Well, I hate to break it to you, but for many, many years now, vinyl is cut from digital masters. So,
wow,
you have something that looks vintage. I have a very difficult time unbundling the sonic issues from the song because the sound is the song. That is what we get. The ability of music to connect with you emotionally does have a lot to do with the musicians, with the producer and the mixer, to the experience that you go through listening to it. And that does have a lot to do with being able to hear everything that they put down in a way that's intentional. And I have to believe that somewhere out there is a very intentional version of the song, but we don't get that. And so the experience for me is very muted. I think it's a decent track. It really didn't emotionally connect for me. There's not a single point that I got chills. And I think that part of that is it didn't take me for a journey. It got me up on skis and then dragged me behind the ski boat across the lake.
My God, how lucky was I to have those men in my life and to work with those men so intimately and to come up with such a body of music.
I wanted to ask you guys, we've talked a lot about the record, but we haven't talked much about the video. For me, it was two separate experiences, hearing the song and trying to process that, and then seeing the video and trying to process that. What was it like for you guys the first time you watched it?
It's pretty exciting. I was very exciting, especially visually. The song is beautiful, but visually what they did with it.
I think you did a good job, really.
I agree. I think you did a great job.
Yeah.
I felt kind of weird watching it. There was a real awkwardness, especially the first time that I saw old Paul and old Ringo standing with young John and young George. That really threw me off. And I felt really kind of icky about it. And I needed some time to process that. And then I was thinking about it on an intellectual level. Well, the song is called Now and Then. So watch it again with that mindset and see how you feel about it. So I waited about a day or two and I watched the video again. And by the end, I was getting teared up. I mean, I was really getting choked up.
I was disappointed in it when they fly in all the elements from the Hello Goodbye video, all this sort of silly hamming stuff. To me, it doesn't suit the song. It's a very poignant, wistful, melancholy song, and to put in that silliness doesn't work for me.
Did you read the Peter Jackson interview where he explained what his intent was?
Yeah. I'm not sure, Robert. I don't think I did.
And basically, it was take a sad song and make it better. It's like the Beatles were about humor. The Beatles were about not taking themselves too seriously. And therefore, he wanted that element in there. Otherwise, it just becomes a visitation.
I don't know. I think the Beatles were always true to their musical form and their musical direction. I don't think you need to subvert it. You don't need to sugarcoat it. We can handle it. We can handle poignancy.
Yeah.
We're okay. Wistful. We're okay with wistful. It's all right.
I think that's a great way to put it, and I agree with that totally. You know, and I went back and I rewatched the Free as a Bird video, which I hadn't seen in a long time, and it's really good.
It's a good video.
Incredible.
And I think it's a great example because, again, it's bringing in pieces of old footage and stuff from anthology. So it's old stuff and new animations. And it really strikes the balance perfectly, I think, between the sort of, because Free as a Bird is similar to Now and Then. It has a melancholy, it has a weight to it, it's reflective, and that video really strikes the right chord. It seems in harmony with the music. And I agree, there's something not in harmony between this track and the imagery in the video. I understand what Peter Jackson is saying about that, but
it's doing the opposite effect because it's actually almost too eerie.
Well, it's a little.
You know what I mean? It's kind of like the stuff that I responded to was like just seeing the footage. I mean, it was, as a fan, I just wanted to see them working on it in the studio, and I liked anything of Ringo and Paul. That was fun, just having them sing together. Like Gary just said, there would have been enough. We can handle Wistful. We can handle I just thought when they were flying and all that stuff, it's like
distracting.
Yeah, it's distracting, and it's a little spooky. Like it's unnecessary spookiness. Like
there's a bit of a disconnect. And
like Ringo with Ringo, like the old Ringo with the new Ringo with drums. I was like, I don't need the contrasting and comparing right now. I mean, maybe it's good for the younger people to see. I don't know. I agree in that sense that was one element that you could have easily taken out. It would have been a fine video.
Yeah,
I agree. I think just having too much of John in his sort of like funny faces mode just didn't honor the emotional texture that we were talking about of his vocal.
And there's plenty to draw from. There's so many modes of John you could pull from, and so
I agree with what all you guys are saying. That's exactly. But after going back and watching it again, I had to cut Peter Jackson some slack just because of the incredible, terrifying, like he called it. I'm sure he was scared shitless to even attempt to do it. And so I got to give him a pass, and also just because he's been such a champion of the Beatles lately, and this idea of him bringing up Pete Best in the interviews, I feel like is huge. I don't know that I've heard anybody in the official fold talk about Pete Best and, hey, we've got footage from Pete Best.
Robert, is that, I've seen that footage. Is that, sorry.
Oh, no, that's all.
That is cleaned up, and that's probably the best we've seen it, right, Robert?
Yeah. It was lightened a bit because it's very low lighting in the original. It's from February of '62 at this Presbyterian Church Hall or something that they played at, not Floral Hall, which is a different place. So they've dated it and timed it. And this has been in circulation for a while, as you know. And I knew somebody connected to the 8 Days a Week film, and it was like, why didn't Ron Howard use this, the earliest known footage of the Beatles performing? And the answer was that they ran out of budget that they spent on the celebrity talking heads, and they didn't want to pay or didn't have the cash to pay the minor licensing fee he was asking, which was ridiculously low.
Is that the only footage of them with Best?
That we know of. There's people that swear there's just footage floating around of them at the Top 10 Club, but it has not surfaced.
Didn't they figure out what song they were playing? Like there was some guy.
Yes.
What is it?
Dream.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, which was in their set. I think there was a version around 1960 by Cliff Richard, if I'm not mistaken, but it was known to be part of their set. It's the song that goes back to the 40s by the Pied Pipers. And there was a rocked up version of it.
That's insane. How did they figure that out?
By watching the chord fingers on the guitarists, I guess.
No,
yeah. It's the kind of minutia we love. So it's important stuff.
I did go back and watch the video. I had really only watched it that first time the day it came out. And I went back, rewatched it today before this conversation. I did warm up to it a little bit more the second time. I mean, I still have the same feelings.
Mm-hmm. But was anybody moved by the last 30 seconds or so, the flashing back in time and then the final bow?
Yeah, there are several very moving moments in the video for sure. It's that thing too of, I'm glad that I listened to the song on its own without the video for the first time hearing it.
Definitely.
And that I experienced the song on its own without the visual.
I think you just made the most salient point about the video, which is that if it had been like the old days where I think when Real Love first came out, we got it right with the video.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure, except for unless you were lucky enough to listen to Radio 2 or something like that. If this had come out right, it's the first time you heard the songs with the video, that would have been a bad move.
Yeah.
Good point.
That proves really that the video's not up to the task of the song.
Well, I didn't have the same, I mean, I had a very strong emotional, I was moved on the first time hearing the song.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't have that experience the first time with the video. Although, like I say, there are certainly moving moments because it's them and it pulls at the heartstrings. But
the footage of George playing on the song was amazing.
Yeah, I'm so glad that was there.
Yeah.
And how cool it is to actually see him playing in time, and you know without a doubt that they're working on this track.
Yeah, that's the revelation of it. Is just
that they're facing each other.
Yes,
and they're facing
Paul's
each other.
mouthing
and
words.
they're facing each other playing acoustic.
It's just amazing.
Yeah.
That's
So-
worth the price of admission right there.
So yeah, I'm glad the video exists.
Robert, is
but
the end of the video where when you talk about the last 30 seconds, and I know that Peter said, "Oh, people got an emotional reaction." Are we supposed to be getting the emotional reaction from the way that he animated all their young pictures going back to their baby pic? Is that the thing? Is that what?
Well, I guess just the scope of their career going backwards from the Tittenhurst footage and then
till they're babies.
Hey Jude, yeah, and then them taking the bow. And I have to say, it's super easy to be. I was jarred the first time I saw
the
it.
bow, the bow.
For the very reasons you guys described, of the juxtapositions and John looking like he has flipper hands because they AI'd that. But you're not a human being if you weren't teary by the end of the thing.
Definitely.
When they're taking that bow and they show the audience. The audience is such an important part of their story. Thank God they put that in there.
I
He knew what
love
he was
the
doing.
last shot is the audience, right? And
Yes, at the Scala Theater.
That's the touch.
Yeah.
Right.
That is worth the price of admission.
Absolutely.
And then the bow, and then they disappear. He was not tactless enough to disappear first John, then George, and then the other two. But he did it so beautifully. It's like, Jesus, how can you not be moved by that?
But did you notice that he animated the baby pictures
I don't know how I
and stuff?
feel about that
because
because there's plenty of us that do Ancestry and all that stuff where we've done that. I've done that to death with my relatives, and it's like, it turns them into freaks.
Did any of those images seem strange? Not scary, but enough to create unease. Uncertainty. The uncanny valley refers to the creepy and unsettling feeling experienced by humans when confronted with humanoid entities that closely resemble real humans but fall short in some aspects. The term was coined by the Japanese roboticist Masahiro Mori in 1970.
Technically, it was fantastic, but I wasn't impressed by the content necessarily. I felt like they were trying too hard.
More is less.
Yeah. What about you?
Me?
Yeah, Robert.
Yeah, Robert.
I was jarred on the first viewing of it by what I thought was the low rent green screen effects. And I can't remember if I read the Peter Jackson bit before or after I watched it, where he basically explained, it's a somber, melancholy song, but the Beatles were always about deflating the pomposity and making fun, taking nothing seriously. So I thought it would be useful, rather than bum people out for 4 minutes, to have something fun in there in the true character of the Beatles. And so I think he saw that as his brief. It works for some people more than others. I was a little more jarred by the obvious use of AI, like John Lennon having flipper hands and things like that. But the last 30 seconds I thought was the best part. Backwards through time, and then the final bow. I thought it was just beautiful.
I have problems with the AI and the rolling eyes and shifting positions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with the still, but I guess that nowadays, maybe that's what people like to see.
I love the footage from 95. Paul and George facing each other playing acoustics. That was fantastic. Glad they had that.
Yes.
And I also like the shot where they're at the Capitol Studios and Paul is sitting there watching the strings being tracked, and just that look he's projecting. You could tell the emotions he's feeling as this is coming to reality. I thought that was a nice moment as well, but a little effects heavy.
Have you seen the code name that they used on the string session?
It was a similar title. I can't remember what it was now.
I saw it last night.
What was it?
Give and Take.
Give and Take.
Give and Take,
okay.
yeah.
Give and Take.
Yeah, because there's the story about the string player who was part of it that died before knowing what it was, but I guess he had signed the sheet music for. Paul did.
Yeah. In my first viewing, I was uneasy watching it. And then in the second viewing, I watched the first time alone. My first instinct was the same thing. I loved the 90s footage. George was so alive.
Mm-hmm.
I think that so much of Now and Then has been about John, and I'm not saying it shouldn't be about John, but it should be about George too at this point, right? And it was really nice to see how alive George was. I remember him back then, but still. And the second time I watched it, I thought, okay, if they're going to have the not animated, but the green screen of the, I guess not green screen, the cutouts, whatever you want to call it, whatever they're called, of George and John.
Yeah.
I was grateful because when I panned back and it was Paul and Ringo and then it was them on the sides, I thought, oh God, this could go in lots of different directions. And I was grateful that they were clowning, and I was grateful they were clowning the whole time. I felt like if there was any sort of seriousness to it, I didn't think it being ponderous worked. And I agree with Peter Jackson's take. They did, was it I Feel Fine? They did on the exercise machines.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, what promotional films did they do that didn't have some sort of whimsy to them? Almost all of them did.
Yeah.
And the same thing in their solo careers. They did the same thing. So I felt it was consistent with who they were. I also didn't like the AI moving images, but I came around on the whole thing the second viewing I watched with my wife, and I thought this could go either way. She could really, I have a feeling she's going to just hate this because she doesn't seem to like this sort of Beatles fan, but doesn't seem to like that sort of a video that would look like that. And at the end, I looked over and she's like, I'm trying not to like weep. She said that was the most beautiful thing I've seen. She said, that's like when you're at a wake. That's when you're at a funeral. It's like you remember the people that you love in an animated way. You're not remembering them also being somber. You have pictures of them at parties and doing fun things. I thought them going back in time, and this is where I'm thinking. I think of people that I've lost not as still things in the photos. I see them moving in those photos. And I thought, all right, it's a clunky way to do it, but that's the technology that we have, and that kind of is what it is.
Yeah.
And, they're seeing their life flash before their eyes in that final sequence. And then the stage and the bow, which is so iconic, and then them all disappearing together and the lights going off was just like heart-pounding for me.
Yeah. He is a filmmaker.
Yeah.
They did the same back in time at the end of the Real Love video as well. I thought some of the animation was a little over the top, that it kind of looked like a jib-jab e-card. She'll have to cut that out or I'll get skewered.
That's the quote of the
night. I've watched it 1.5 times on my own, and then I showed it to my wife because I knew we were talking tonight and I want to kind of get her read on it. And it was the same of mine. It's like, what are we watching? What is this?
I showed it to my 13-year-old, my 11-year-old, and they both liked it.
That's great.
So,
that's great.
I'm not saying that's the audience, but yeah, I mean, they were already Beatles fans, certainly, but it was just another good, fun thing. They said that looked like fun. So
nice.
And they knew, because we watched the Hello Goodbye after it, just to show them, like, hey, this is exactly where it's from. This is not animation, because they thought, they sort of made them in there. I said, no, that's them doing those things just in this video. So
one interesting thing about the Hello Goodbye video is, if you think about it, that might be one of the last times we've really got them on film where they're really having fun with one another. Because shortly after that, they were off to India, and then we got into the White Album, and then we all know how it went from there. But they all looked like they were genuinely having a great time in the Hello Goodbye video.
Mm-hmm. Jerry, thoughts?
I definitely had mixed emotions about it. I love the 95 footage. I love seeing musicians at work and connecting and communicating and collaborating. I love that. I appreciate the element of humor that was attempted within it, is the kind of the way I look at it. These are just decisions that artists make. I think I would have connected more emotionally with that section of the video if they would have drawn on them across time in these good-natured settings with each other. If they would have drawn on A Hard Day's Night and Help. And when you see some live footage with them and they're, when Shea Stadium or whatever it was, when John's going crazy on the electric piano with I'm Down and dropping his elbow on the Vox organ. And I think I would have connected more with that humorous aspect, that lighter aspect of the Beatles, had that been historic footage of them, rather than the sort of blended reality that they created within it.
Now and then.
Yeah, now and then. Ringo and Paul just look extremely old when you put them in that context with 1967 George and John. That was jarring to me to see the contrast. The updated footage that they shot of Paul working, doing the bass line and that sort of stuff. You just can't get past, these guys are 80 years old. So them at 80 standing, kind of moving in place while George and John are gyrating young 20-year-olds, that was just a little disconcerting. But I agree, as far as like when they wrapped it up, put a bow on it, that was something that did emotionally connect with me.
I'm sure it wasn't a call out to it, but when I saw them vanish, the first thing I thought of was the sequence in The Complete Beatles when they were breaking up. And one by one, it's that classic portrait from them in 1969, black and white. And then one by one, they disappear. Either George or Ringo goes first, the other one goes, and then Paul and John together. And it was almost like, I'm sure Peter Jackson has seen The Complete Beatles, but I don't know if he was thinking it, but almost seemed like an answer to that. Now they're all going together. But I love Complete Beatles, so I was always sort of had that on my mind.
Yeah. I have no doubt he's probably as familiar with it as we are.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Being of the era.
Oh, for sure. One thing I thought was a little kitchen, and I tweeted this and all that at the time. It seemed very kitchen sink, and they had 4 minutes to work with. And I felt like they really tried to stuff it's like the 90s footage, which was amazing. The mixing of the ages thing, drop-ins of stuff. It was like so much at once. I almost felt like, all right, they could have done like 3 different videos of this. They could have just done like a 90s-ish video mixed in with John home videos or whatever it was. They could have done. I thought one of them, they could be really funny and just completely go incredibly over the top. And I think I tweeted out, you could put Paul in like the How Do You Sleep recording sessions and mix everyone up like crazy.
Hey, that's something I never thought of. Drop Paul into that.
That is so good.
Yeah, right. Like
drop Paul into that
in the worst possible place. Absolute 7th level of hell.
Doing a thumbs down.
Put John in like the press to play video where he's on the subway. Like just mess around and really take it to the extreme of like these guys, they're together forever. They've always been together. We just didn't realize it, kind of thing. Mm-hmm. I thought that would have been a really fun way to almost deflect the criticisms because, like, we're being insane.
Right.
So, but yeah, I thought there was a lot they tried to stuff into the 4 minutes, and there was no good way to do it, really. So,
no, you're never going to please people that are fully familiar with like the history, right? You're just there's always going to be the ability to pick holes in that.
Cameron, did you have an experience watching the video? And for both you guys, did you find a difference between watching it alone and watching it with other people?
Yeah, I mean, so I talked about the uncanny valley a little bit. I had a similar experience to Glenn. I think a reaction against the reanimated younger Beatles capering about. But your point was really good, Glenn, that was what the song was about, right? So there was an artistic consistency. And it's a little bit the way I feel about what Paul did with the edit of the song. I feel like it hangs together very nicely. It's a well-crafted work of art, and I take my hat off to it. And yeah, ultimately it was moving to me, and probably more so when we watched it in our class on Monday when you were there. We watched it at the beginning, with a bunch of Beatle freaks, so of course that's going to amp up the emotion a little bit, right?
Definitely. When I watched it by myself alone the first time, it was on my phone, I was jarred. I was like, I hate green screen. And when it's that obvious, it's like, but when I watched it subsequently and with my family, that absolutely made a difference. I think I was more captivated and more sucked into it, and the bow at the end is just letter perfect.
It gets you, right?
Yeah.
Well, I only listened to the song with my wife when listening to the first time. I have made sure not to watch the video with other people around because I was afraid that if I made my mush face, I didn't want anybody to see that. And sure enough, by the second time I watched, I was like, I don't want anybody seeing me like this. So yeah, I've only watched the video alone. I've listened to the song once with my wife.
Okay, interesting. So you were anticipating.
just in case.
Preemptively, yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, I watched it again today, and the fade out at the end when they fade away, I was like, oh boy, this is, it's something that really grew on me. The video is something that really grew on me.
I was greatly surprised, actually, at the emotional reaction I had, more so to the video than to the song. And it's been especially intriguing to find out that a lot of people take issue with the video, don't like it for various reasons. But I thought it was really well put together to play upon that now and then theme. The way that I was thinking about it, as I said at the beginning of the conversation, was this feeling of the Beatles in time, spanning time, and what that means to different people. And the fact that you have the mix of Beatles from different time periods, you know, the hello, goodbye Beatles, seeing the Beatles walking onto the field at Shea Stadium towards the end of the clip, how you have that interaction between Ringo and Paul, who are in their 80s now, and their younger selves, and obviously John and George not being with us anymore. I thought the whole thing was quite magical and quite poignant. And I didn't think, for instance, that the shots of John sort of clowning around were over the top. I thought they were needed. They brought the fun and the levity of the Beatles within this song and experience that is quite emotional, that does have a lot of pathos. I think that humor, the Beatles' humor, had to be part of what was going on in the video. And yeah, I just think the way that Peter Jackson played with the images of the Beatles through time was exceptional. And the ending with the Beatles bowing and fading out of sight, a lot of people have remarked on how emotional that made them feel. It was this feeling of, the phrase that kept running through my mind was the Beatles now, then, and always. And the music will be forever. The music is eternal, but the Beatles themselves are not. And I think that's where it's a real gut punch. And I think that's where I was feeling most emotional, thinking about that in connection with the imagery and with the song. So the song with the video, I felt, had much more of emotional heft for me anyway. I know that isn't true for everyone, but thank you for letting me share that. Thank you for letting me share that, because it really has stayed with me.
Yeah, I think that's probably more common than you realize, because, like I said, I liked the song, but I expected more to be wowed by it. It's funny that the day it was dropped, or at least the video was, somebody had commented on one of my pages, the Beatles were always known for advancing and ever-changing and moving forward. You know, this was a little by numbers Beatles, and why couldn't they have gotten somebody like the Tame Impala guy to work with to create something much more cutting edge? But that wasn't the intent. That wasn't the purpose. And I think the people along that mindset had the same sort of critique of the video, is that it was too gimmicky, too silly, too unserious, whatever, which was beside the point that was intended, that Peter Jackson articulated quite clearly in the press that he did for it.
I think the video did show, a little bit of the silly, goofy side to the Beatles. And there were a couple green screen shots that I did find a little bit cheesy, and my initial reaction to it was, okay, not my choice, but it's fine. But then other shots were so beautifully stitched together, and I thought, oh my gosh, like there was one shot where it was present day Paul playing bass, and then younger Paul's kind of going over him, like waving like this, and I thought, oh my gosh, please stop. But going back to that, like the Beatles, like they had that kind of silly, goofy, cheeky humor side to them. Like they could be serious when they needed to be, but then also unserious. And I feel like the video shows those two sides perfectly.
Yeah.
And if he wanted to be edgy, he could have put in John doing his cripple impression, but I don't think that's going to fly today.
Yeah, look, I agree with what everyone's saying. I think I did wince a little bit, especially when it was 2023. Paul and Ringo obviously filmed on an iPad on a green screen standing next to each other. That's exactly what
I was referring to.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I find it got easier with repeated viewings, but at first it was jarring.
You get more used to it. And there were maybe little elements that at first viewing, I found a bit mawkish, like John in profile staring into the sunset, and then the other Beatles appearing in like as out of a cloud.
Yeah.
But look, I totally agree that the sort of joy, the humor that's present in a lot of those moments is a necessary leavening quality, because without them, this video would have been too reverential. And you need somebody to inject a little bubble popping humor into it.
Yeah.
I don't know. When I first saw it, at first I was like, and I think it's because to me it was such a serious moment that I wanted it in my mind to be taken more seriously.
Yeah, I think I was leaning towards that too a little.
Yeah, it was nothing, and that's what I said. I took issue with some of the things, but when you rewatch it, you do see that childlike spirit of the Beatles. I always think of like when they're dressed as wizards. My friend Beth always described it well. It's like being a kid and you're just laughing and laughing, and you all fall laughing, and you have no idea what you're laughing about, but it's something's funny, right? And that's what I think of the Beatles. She described that perfectly for me. But at first, I thought, this is not serious enough, Mr. Jackson. This is a serious moment that is pulling my heartstrings, and you need to do. But then, of course, you rewatch it, and you move past it. Your opinion changes, and I'm sure my opinion is going to continue to change.
But I wanted to go back to the video because clearly I'm the one who loves it the most out of all of us. I just wanted to add that I do love at the end, Alison, that the fans are really brought into the imagery.
Yes.
I love that. I love that not only do you see the flashes of the younger versions of the Beatles going all the way back to their childhood, panning across the screen, but then those images are moving into the fan imagery. And I was just really grateful that was included, that we are, the fans are part of the story too. This is a song that's a gift to us, but it also speaks to the relationship that all of us have had with the Beatles over the decades. And so for me, that was also part of the beauty of the clip for me. That was definitely not cheesy. That was a very poignant part of the video. So I just wanted to flag that.
Good point. That's a very important part. And that he chose to put that in there is critical. I think it's something that's easy to overlook, but that is an essential part of this feedback loop that has existed between the Beatles and their audience from day one.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks, Christine, for pointing that out, because I think when I'm thinking about my first reaction, I don't think about everything I love, right? And I need to watch it more. I feel like I also have this thing. I know this sounds insane, but I was still a little young for Seinfeld, and I fell in love with it in high school and got all the box sets as they were releasing each one individually. It was a big deal in the early 2000s. And I refused to watch the last episode because that ended it. And it's for the best, not that great of an episode, as we all know, but I just didn't want it to end.
And I think the fact of them taking that bow out of Hard Day's Night, that just slams it for me.
Was it an emotional experience?
A very emotional experience, right. A very emotional. And one that I'm happy to revisit. And I think what Peter Jackson and Paul and Ringo did, and all the people that did it, did a marvelous job. There's nothing cheesy in it, I don't think. To me, that's very important. It's nothing cheesy or cheap. I also think that George, during the anthology, George was alive. And in here, George is not alive. The way that he looks in here in the film I found very, very touching, because he's close to death. It was really kind of a short distance, right?
6 years.
Yeah, 6 years.
Okay. Well, that's not all that short, but he had been sick.
Yeah.
I recall just thinking, we know that he looked sick and stuff.
Somebody tried to shoot him or something during that?
Stab him.
Tried to stab him.
Stab him.
But
he suffered with that after effects. I found in watching it, it particularly sad for me. I guess maybe, I don't know, I've dealt with in my head John Lennon's passing a lot, and each year you think about it. Boy, when they showed those close-ups of George, for some reason, I was devastated by seeing those close-ups and seeing how sort of happy and satisfied he sort of seemed in the milieu of being there with his two longtime friends. And I agree with absolutely everything that everyone has said so far, from Simi and Carol and Aaron and you, Robert. So I don't have much to add on that, but I think that one of the absolute reasons why we as original fans, especially, are appreciating this is that one of the aspects, I think, of the Beatles' entire being as a collective group is that they grew with us, or we grew with them. So where it started out to be just very innocent, and then the times changed and politics and culture, and we evolved, we all were growing up into adults and joining the adult world and getting responsibilities and looking at all of that. And I think that this particular song really comes to that because we can all relate to it, of being, as we're fortunate enough to reach this age and still be here to appreciate it, where so many of our friends and people who have lived through it with us are not here. But we look back at our lives now and we can all really relate to the bottom line sentiment of now and then, and friendship, and reaching out, and loss, and looking at what is ahead and where we have been, and maybe reaching out to friends that we lost touch with and aren't in our lives today.
For in the final analysis, our most basic common link is that we all inhabit this small planet. We all breathe the same air. We all cherish our children's futures, and we are all mortal.
I love the video. I think the video, it's interesting, but we've already seen them do that once. And 1994 seems like yesterday to me anyway. So
yeah,
sure.
I wasn't blown away by it, but now with a new meaning, I'm more impressed.
Nancy?
I have to agree with Richard. I think visually it's spectacular, the way they put it together, and from yesterday to today and everything in between. I didn't hear about it maybe being a love song to Paul. I just looked at it as sort of a love song to all of us, sort of like Give Peace a Chance, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Love still lives on.
Do you see the video as a different experience?
That's what I think. Yeah, the video is, it's like seeing old friends again. It's like years ago. I remember when they came in 1964, when they came back from the States for the first time, and there was a crowd of people, a crowd of fans at Heathrow Airport in London waiting for them. And they were so excited. And we saw it on television, on the news. And it's like seeing old friends, because by that time, the Beatles had become old friends. They'd been going like a year in England, I mean, on TV about a year. And we knew them so well. And also, the thing about the Beatles was they weren't just a rock band. They were us. They were our friends, and they were our pals. And we were them and they were us. And when they went to America, we went in our mind with them. It was the most exciting time I've ever known. And then the Beatles came back, and it's like, oh, there we are again. And we're all together again. And I think that's what the Beatles gave, which nobody else ever did, that Rolling Stones didn't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bob Dylan didn't the other way. He was never a friend. You know, Elvis was never a friend. The Beatles were mates. They were pals. They were us. And that's the beauty of the video they've done for this record. And Peter Jackson's a great video.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice just to see them being nice with each other and friendly with each other. You smile watching it. Oh, here we are again. And it's not only seeing the Beatles young or middle-aged or whatever. It's seeing ourselves. That's how we were, and that's how we viewed them. It's just terrific. I love it. I mean, I'd watch it forever.
Uh-huh.
The song will be forgotten in 6 months' time completely, really. But the video, lovely.
So were you surprised by it? Did you get any sort of emotional reaction from it when you watched it the first time?
The video, I just smiled. I just smiled all the way through it and thought, oh, here we are. And that's how we were. That's how they were. And they were reflections of us. That's what it was.
You know, one thing I really miss about the Now and Then single is with Free and a Bird and Real Love, we got another 15, 20 minutes outtakes on the CD single.
Mm-hmm. Right.
With Free as a Bird, we got Christmas Time and This Boy and
the live stuff.
We got Babies in Black. And, maybe that's something that's coming down the pipe. And I can understand how they'd want it to be a bookend for the first single and the last single. So,
yeah.
What'd you think about the choice of the Ringo version of Love Me Do as opposed to any other early track that could have been the bookend? Is that the one? Should that be the one? We start measuring time from Paul's Love Me Do warble? I'm not being very nice, am I?
I think so.
Yeah, as opposed to My Bonnie or Cry for a Shadow or something like that. I think clearly it was a political decision. Ringo's half of the performers on the A side, so he damn well better enshrine his version, notwithstanding it's the inferior take and the one that was out of circulation for most of the song's existence, right? So I thought it was curious. When you shared that with me, I thought for certain it was going to be the Andy White one that everybody knows from the Red Album and Please Please Me.
Mm-hmm.
I like the stereo Love Me Do. All of the Andy White Love Me Do's are very unbalanced for what you can get a balance out of.
Dennis, you happen to be the one guy here who actually played with Andy White and did a take of that song.
That's correct.
Whoa! What's your take on the new Love Me Do?
I only listened to it in passing on my phone. Did they put it into stereo?
They tweaked it. I don't know if I would say it's true stereo because I only listened to it once, just enough to get the novel factor out of it because somebody said, oh, you got to hear this. Listen, now you can hear the kick. And it definitely, to my ears, makes Ringo's performance sound a little more sure than it has been to this point where it sounds a little tentative and Andy's has more kick to it.
Yeah, they are apples and oranges, the drum performances. I always actually liked, I don't prefer it, but I do like Ringo's take on it. It's got a nice kind of lilt and swing to it. Andy's is a bit more bombastic in a way, which I dig. Andy's has a real kind of pop sensibility. It sounds like he's trying to make a hit record.
Exactly.
But I need to go back and listen to the new Love Me Do. I haven't really studied that one too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did work with Andy. He's living in New Jersey. He was teaching pipe and drum corps at a music store, I think in West Orange.
Wow.
There's a publication called Weird New Jersey, which if you haven't seen, I highly recommend. It's a great, great magazine. And
is that redundant?
We did an interview with Andy, and that's how I met him at the Shillelagh. He hung out at this place called the Shillelagh Club in West Orange, an Irish pub. He's Scottish. He was Scottish.
Mm-hmm.
And spent a couple hours with him having a few pints and talking. And he was wonderful, real sweet man. But he just couldn't remember much of anything. We were grilling him about other artists that he had worked with. And he was a very kind of quiet man. He said, well, I think I played, and all the session players will tell you from back then, the vocalists usually weren't there when they were cutting tracks. So it's hard for him to remember what he played on.
It's him on It's Not Unusual, right?
See, there's a whole thing about that too. I think ultimately the hit version is Ronnie Verrill.
Oh.
Session player Ronnie Verrill. And then there was talk that Bobby Graham did a version. There might have been another version that Andy played on, but I think it's Ronnie Verrill on the hit version of It's Not Unusual.
Wow.
We did hire Andy to play on our version of Love Me Do and P.S. I Love You. And I went and played shaker and tambourine while he was doing it.
Did you feel like Ringo that day?
A bit. Yes, I did. But I knew he was coming for the session.
Pat and Mike and Jimmy are off in a corner with Andy somewhere.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's the Ringo take, the original single. And it's not the better version of the two, but I guess they're making the political move. Got to keep Ringo happy. We're going to bring it full circle. This was the first single they put out. And yes, so it does sound amazing. I'm surprised they didn't let Giles put some orchestration on it, but there it is. Everybody should be happy, and it's certainly novel. And as you say, you can actually hear what's going on. Hear the kick, hear the bass. It's nice that they're able to do that stuff now.
And you're a drummer, of course. What do you think of Ringo's drumming on that particular?
I think it's tentative and nervous.
Okay.
We know what he was capable of, and he doesn't sound himself there, but Paul sounds even more nervous. It's amazing. They're the two last Beatles standing, and they're the ones that handed in the weakest performance on that original single. You listen to the Andy White version, it's confident, it's got punch to it and all that, but obviously it broke Ringo's heart at the time, so you know, maybe he doesn't want to revisit that or put that in his face. But what I'm hearing is that the remixes for the Red album of I Want to Hold Your Hand and She Loves You and all that stuff are going to blow everybody away.
Wow.
It'll be like hearing those songs for the first time.
I remember the press when they were released, you know, John hated them. I don't know if you remember.
Oh, yes, right.
Many of these things have been remixed, the stereo.
Oh, he was awful.
Yeah, I think the original monaural recordings are...
I didn't realize it happened when they put out that package last year.
The blue and red.
The two albums, and I just thought, presumed that they would just copy them from the masters and put them out. And I didn't even listen to it until after it was out, and I took it back and I played it. It was embarrassing, you know. I mean, some of the tracks survived, but it was really embarrassing. Some fool had tried to make it stereo and it didn't work.
Yeah. People should stay with the mono and not be so
because
concerned.
you know, there's a difference between stereo and mono, obviously. And if you mix something in mono and then try and fake it, it just you lose the guts of it. You know, and a lot of them lost the fast version of Revolution was destroyed. You know, I mean, it was a heavy record, and then they made it into a piece of ice cream. But never mind, it's all the past, isn't it?
He was just sick over the whole thing. So I'm really excited to hear this new version.
Mm-hmm. Come the CD era, back in 2009 when they put out everything on remastered CD, but they still had those lousy mixes of the voices out one side and the instruments out the other. It's like, come on, you've got the capability. You showed us in the Beatles' Love soundtrack what you can do with those elements and make them sound like they were recorded yesterday.
Right.
So that's what we've been waiting for. So if they're going to move in that direction, I'm all for it.
Well, I'm excited about that.
It's what the Beatles would have done if they had the technology, right?
Technology is taken over.
Yeah, and we listen differently. You know, that was back, your little turntable in your room or speakers in the corner. Everybody listens to music through earbuds now. Give them an experience that will make it, you know, in the best light under those conditions.
Right.
It's pretty exciting.
What do you think George would have made of all this?
George wasn't that keen on the song anyway. So he thought, why are we doing this? You know, and George was, in a way, quite glad to get out of the Beatles. He was bored with it, and he was being put aside, and he felt bitter about that. So what would he have thought now? He'd have thought, well, if that's what they want to do, I'll go along with it. But he wasn't that keen on the song. And he'd have said, like I'm saying, why are we doing this? You know? The other point is that they're selling the red and blue albums, the compilation albums, all over again.
Right.
And there's a whole new audience. And I suppose that it can't really mean an awful lot to Paul, because he's richest man in the world virtually. But they were professionals, and they did like sort of promoting things and said, you know, we're not just going to do it, we're going to promote it too. That's why they did all these television things every Saturday night. They're on TV for years.
Well, thanks, Sally and Bobby. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
It's my favorite now.
I know. So let's give a great big welcome and meet the fabulous Beatles.
And I don't think George would have been that bothered. I mean, Ringo would have gone along with it, which he did, you know,
right?
Happily, because he's a good-natured sort of person.
Do you think George had the same sense that Paul did of wanting to have a happy resolution to the Beatles story, or do you think that didn't matter to him as much?
I think it mattered a lot less to George, because he wasn't that happy in the final years. He was kind of, you know, I'll go along with it, but you know, he wasn't that bothered about them. He was disappointed sometimes with the way they behaved towards him, you know, and that's true. But I don't think George would have been overexcited by this. Would he have gone along with it? Probably. Mm-hmm. But actually, I'm not even sure about that, because he didn't want to do it in the first place.
Right.
The thing about the Beatles, you know, is that they wrote wonderful songs, and they got them right, and worked and worked and worked until they were right. And this one, no matter how much work you do on it, it's still a fragment. And it's a very nice fragment, and it's beautifully done, I think, but it's not a great record. Sorry, Paul, but it's not a great record.
This is it. This is the last song. So I don't see it as an end of or that as more of a way of saying, this is what we did, and nobody else can do this.
Hear, hear.
Enjoy that. So once I got past the idea that it was like the last, meaning the end, it was like I had to reframe it in my mind as this is a statement saying this is us, and nobody can claim this. Because it's out there, it's happening to me. You asked about the visual art. In the visual art world, AI is really a threat, putting people out of business. It's making art that doesn't belong to you with no credit given. So I know that they were praising the idea of AI being able to extract, to use as a tool. But if it were to become a mind that could then jump in and cross boundaries, that's a problem. And that's why I was thinking, so it's really wise that I hope that's what they saw, but that's what I saw. This is our way of controlling that. All right, so then the other time, and I liked the song, and I could not stop thinking of that last part where the violins go. It just kills me. Just that descending chord with an uplift, which is what they used so many minor chords. I'm not a musicologist, but if you go back and you think about all the Beatles tunes, they come in on us. I don't know the technical names, but a flatted fifth with a minor F and B. It's sculpture.
I was touched by the ending as well, the musical ending, and thinking about endings in general, because they always ended their songs in very interesting ways. I know I'm not the only person that waits, and Hey Jude's not one of my favorite songs. It's just, you get it over hearing. But if I don't hear it for a while and then I hear it on the radio, I'll just wait for that Judy, Judy, that final call toward the ending of the multiple choruses of the title, Judy, 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 that kind of thing. And everybody does that. They either when they fade or when they stop abruptly, their endings are really phenomenal. You could just hear those endings. And I think you're absolutely right that the ending of this song is one of those ones. It's just fabulous.
I think that this particular song really comes to that because we can all relate to it of being, as we're fortunate enough to reach this age and still be here to appreciate it, where so many of our friends and people who have lived through it with us are not here. But we look back at our lives now and we can all really relate to the bottom line sentiment of now and then, and friendship, and reaching out, and loss, and looking at what is ahead and where we have been, and maybe reaching out to friends that we lost touch with and aren't in our lives today.
It's obvious, but it strikes me when you talked about that for first generation fans that we grew up with them. And that's absolutely true. I mean, they were only 4 or 5 years older than me when they came on the scene, George at least being the youngest and stuff. And that's not too far a distance. What I got from your comments was that, they really are adult. The phenomenon itself and who these guys were and the way they lived, the way they differed, the way they handled their fame, the way they lived and literally died. And now what they're telling us in this final song is adult. Maybe I'm just saying that because I'm old and I feel very distant from a lot of the culture and music that's out there now, because I always feel like, I don't know, it's not striking me as adult, but I really feel that the Beatles were always adult about things. They were never frivolous. They were funny. They were entertaining. They were all of that. But just the phrase now and then is sort of an adult phrase. You have to live a life. You have to live long enough with something as phenomenal as the Beatles, I think, to really understand their power. And what's so good is that power is there available for people of any age. But what Debbie just said just struck me as very adult. And that's good, because I feel so many times things are so fast and so silly almost and fly by night in this culture. And the Beatles aren't that, and they never were that. And I think that the film is so powerful, especially because it puts life up against death, the living up against the dead, and the music that will be eternal, or at least I hope.
Well, I couldn't help but think and feel the times we're living in now are just sad times.
They're sad times.
Yeah. And all of us have, it's like we had some good old disco days, and, some stuff happened, but we were young and teenagers. The world was like on fire. They kept talking about how Vietnam War and all these things that were going on, and it was turbulent. And they helped steer us through that time. And here we are again, devastating death tolls and people shooting. It's just awful.
It is.
Here we are. And the sadness is palpable with people, because people also, I don't know, in your lives, I'm sure you've experienced loss of people close to you. I lost my husband. So everyone has that sense of like feeling like where's my world? I can't relate to this stuff. I'm an analog chick. I can't. It's just sad. It's sad. There's a sadness, a palpable sadness.
But the Beatles give joy.
That was the whole point of the Beatles, right? Is to give us optimism.
They brought it again. They did it again.
And to celebrate
it's joy. It's joy.
That's what they were all about, right? Is to have fun and be with your friends and love these guys. And just experience them in the raw love that you had without any kind of complication. And it was a beautiful, beautiful time. And I always say that the Beatles, the time was to celebrate the good times of your life. And I still feel that even with this record coming out and it being so meaningful and definitive and what it is, it gave us a chance to really think about it. That the Peter Jackson film, I mean, I look at the Shea Stadium footage and I think, wow, we see it quite frequently now. I mean, it's out there all the time, but in the context of this 12-minute film, it took on just a different meaning than looking at the clip of them playing at Shea Stadium or John on the keyboard with his elbow or, just those little shots. It had more of a meaning. And it was just so celebratory to me and heartwarming. And yet it was sad, but it was sad of times that have gone by. But certainly, I'm sure we all feel like this. Times that, there was sadness that came, but aren't we happy for being the age that we are, having had the experiences that we've had? And everyone asks me, how do you feel? You know what? I really tell the young kids that I work with how old I am. I don't have age shame where I feel I have to be younger. I don't, because you know what? I wouldn't have had these experiences that I had to deny myself that joy and that beauty. So you know what? Bring it on. I'm happy to be my age and happy to tell people what I experienced, Do
you think the popularity, this worldwide, the sales are bigger now than Taylor Swift and stuff, that the younger folks, beginner listeners to Beatles, what I'm trying to say, people, not us, that are attached to this now, that are buying it, they must feel the joy that's in that. And maybe that's what the world needs now. And I know that is a Pollyanna statement. The world is much more complicated than a 4-minute record to change it or something like that. But it's a pocket of joy. And I'm wondering, I'm thinking, especially for these kids, and my daughter, who's 53, I mean, she's not a young person, but she's in tune with that middle area between my age and her age, and then people younger than both of us, where she talks about politically maybe things will begin to change in 2 or 3 election cycles when the kids that are in school today and are afraid for their lives, with good reason, because people get shot in school, are going to vote and finally maybe say, maybe we should pass some laws that take away the guns so that kids don't get shot. In the meantime, are these younger folks picking up like we did, just because it's there, the joy of the Beatles, all the clowning around? And in the film, and it's the Shea Stadium one, where George and John are singing together and they both turn their faces to one another. And it's just so perfectly timed. And George's smile is as big as, a bread box. And John, you can't fake this stuff. I guess that's what I'm saying. It's just there when they're together, or both of Ringo, younger Ringo and Ringo now playing the drums. And that is the gift maybe of these AI things, being able to put those two things together. But the result of it, I'm hoping for these younger viewers, are that makes me feel good.
Christine, what you were saying about how the ending was so powerful, even when you think about it now, like that's just not a regular ending to a song. That's the ending to the Beatles, because this is their final song. So it's the final ending. And even that, and then when you watch the ending of the video and you hear that, it's like, wow, this is it. We're experiencing the end of the Beatles together 60 years later. And that's something you never thought would happen.
No.
And Skylar, I just want to add to that is like, everything's so out of context for most of us, because we were not, there in 1964, or at least not old enough. And so it just is such a pivotal moment in that way. I wrote down as I was listening to it for the first time, I like to see what my reaction was. And I definitely shed a tear. I started it with Now and Then, Paul and John's Final Goodbye. And one of the things that I really made a connection with, I know this is a little bit off of the topic, but was I thought about Dear Friend, and then I thought about How Do You Sleep at Night, and then I thought about Now and Then, and I thought, this is their chance. I don't know if anyone got that feeling from that, but I just felt like this is their goodbye together, which was, for me, I felt that, and I thought, okay, John and Paul, you're okay.
I'd love to separate that, yeah.
I think Paul needed that. I think that's completely valid, and there's been a lot of chatter about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And going back to, How Do You Sleep, Too Many People, all of that, when they were rivaling, and, there was kind of like this awkward tension, and, maybe on the outside, it seemed like they despised each other, but on the inside, it was like, no, like we are going through some frustrations right now, but at the end of the day, we love each other. We're best friends. And I feel like this song just is the perfect example of that, because it's John getting out all of what he wanted to say, because that tape had said For Paul on it. So it's John saying, hey, I love you. Like, here's what I would want to say, and I couldn't say it, so you're going to have it now. So I think, I can't imagine how Paul must have been feeling working on that, because he's realizing, wow, I never got to really tell John that I loved him, and I do. And, he kind of felt the same way in that sense. And I have proof of it right here. And now I get to bring this to life for all the other fans to see, so that they can have that sense of closure as well.
He was absolutely somebody on a mission with this whole project, just given the span of time it took him to bring it to where it was, and waiting out the technology to enable him to do that. After George declared it rubbish back in the 90s, based on the source material, Olivia has said that it wasn't the song per se he was having the beef with. She would, wouldn't she?
Yeah, that's the misconception that everybody thinks, is that when George was saying it was rubbish, he thought they were thinking, oh, he means the song in its entirety. No, he meant the quality, because they didn't have that technology to make it the way it is now.
Are we all citing Philip Norman right now?
I hope not.
Like, not as in...
I just had a conversation with him last week.
And
what he said.
Which is not to say I endorse his book.
I know he's not a fan of Now and Then.
I look forward to hearing it. I look forward to hearing
you saw
it.
the Sky News bit?
No, that's what I'm saying. He specifically brought up that George didn't like it, and I'm like, wait, hold on.
And the reporter called him out saying, no, do you mean he didn't like the song or didn't like the quality? And it was the quality. he didn't have a problem with the song itself.
He doesn't know any more than the rest of us do.
I wanted to ask Duncan, actually, since we're both in Australia. I mean, it was a weird timeline for me seeing Paul McCartney on the 1st of November, and they showed a clip, that trailer of the documentary before the show. I'm guessing they
for me too
as well. And so there was that sense of, the song is coming out while Paul McCartney is still in the country, right? He was on Hamilton Island or something. He was in Queensland,
where George used to live.
Yes, he was still around on the 2nd of November. He played his last concert here on the tour Saturday night, the 4th of November. And so it was such a big week for me, I felt, with the Beatles, because of seeing Paul. Then the documentary comes out the very next morning. Then the song is coming out the day following. Then the video. And there's been a lot of discussion in the Australian press about, this is the last time Paul is going to come to play here,
Well, he contradicted that at the end of the show I saw. His last words were, "See you next time."
Well, that's what he said at our concert too, but I mean, he's not going to say, this is it, goodbye. He would never say that.
Of course not.
Of course not.
No.
So there is that sense,
Be in shambles.
My final thoughts on it is that kudos to them. Like I said, they've got the cedar chest full of stuff that just they keep pulling it at the rabbit out of the hat. It was people like Peter Jackson to put it together. My God.
Yeah.
I'd rather see that than another Tolkien movie.
Right. With all due respect.
Yeah, with all due respect and loving everything that Peter Jackson does.
Yeah.
I adore him for being such a Beatles fan and for mining what they had and creating.
Yeah, taking the stuff that nobody thought had any value anymore and making something from it, as he did with Get Back. And I think about the quote Ringo had said fairly recently, sort of an acknowledgement of how hard Paul pushed them after Brian died to keep working and making albums and stuff, and sort of thanking him, we wouldn't have this but for Paul. And I feel like that about Now and Then. It's like Paul was spearheading it, pushing it. And I think that for as much as he wanted to give the fans something, I think he wanted to have some kind of closure with John, whether it's about him or not. I think he just really, really wanted to work with John one more time. And that gave him the opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
And, if Ringo phoned it in or said, okay, sure, Paul, I'll do this, whatever, I think maybe it's too soon, but at some point he'll recognize that was the right thing to do, Paul. I'm glad you made me do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, like you said, there's just two of them left now. And remembering back, they were like brothers, quibbling brothers, no matter who did anything to who. They would always come back together. Although Paul was always over on the side. John was closer to Ringo, I think, than any of them.
Yeah. But you got to see the sibling behavior up close.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The phone calls. It's like, I could never understand, even after George had the affair with Maureen, I could never understand how they could still get together, write these amazing songs, playing on each other's albums. I'm thinking, like, it must be an English thing, because here in America, you pull the gun off the back of the gun and you go after the guy. But with the English, it was like, that just the royal ancestral family of rock and roll.
Yes. Eric and George and Patty.
Eric, George, and Patty, and Maureen and Ringo. While Patty and Eric were happening, George, the sneaky little devil, took advantage or whatever of a housewife who was not getting what she needed from her husband.
Something I observed, just throw it out there, the last Beach Boys album that came out, I guess, in 2012, That's Why God Made the Radio, which to me is not a solid album by any stretch. And it's probably going to be the final Beach Boys album. I would think that's a pretty fair bet. There's a beautiful trilogy that closes the album. I don't know if any of you folks know it.
Yeah.
And the last song is called Summer's Gone. And I just thought, what a nice parallel in a way, the two great BEA bands to go out on a melancholy, reflective note. It's worth observing for the heck of it, but made me think. Brian went out on a nice note. If you listen to those last three songs on that album, it's a very sweet moment and very artistic. And I just think there's kind of a parallel to be drawn here.
So Brian and Mike are on that album?
Yes. It's all the surviving Beach Boys are on that.
Wow, okay, I didn't know that.
David Marks is on it as well. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And how wonderful, too. Also, just that brings to mind he and Van Dyke Parks revisiting Smile and being able to bring that into completion. You know, I mean, these are things that run through an artist's lifetime, you know, that feeling of striving, of wanting to bring something to completion. You know, that is the drive. And I just thought it was so beautiful that Van Dyke and Brian were able to bring that to some closure.
Yes.
I was thinking the same exact thing. Like, it just goes to show these guys, if they've given so much and then they just give more.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, if you know, even are vaguely familiar with Brian's story and Elliot Laniel, is that when the Smile thing happened, I was just like, in 2004, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, oh my God, like this guy reached so deep within himself. I mean, I could liken it to other things besides music, like a great player in sports reaching inside himself to just make that one last play or whatever. And you see that all over the place with guys like Paul McCartney and Brian Wilson. And I just don't know who would be that like that in the future, you know, moving on from that era. Even the Stones making a new record, which they didn't have to do. And whether people enjoy it or not, it's like, wow. I mean, these guys are just like, all right, we're going to go plug in the amps and turn on the tape machines. And it's just cool. It's very giving.
Yeah.
I guess you can say it about Neil Young, too, in a way, you know?
They're just from a giving generation. But that was the kind of the deal. Like, we're going to give you a lot. You know, you're getting a lot for your buck. And it's a beautiful thing to see. And then these guys, it's wrapped up in who they are. It's all about persevering. You know, you shot my friend and, you know, here we are, just as much time has gone by later and we're giving you a record. You're never going to hold us back. Like, here's another record. Here's another beautiful piece of music for you to ruminate on and enjoy. And maybe someone gets married to, who knows? You know, it's all out there.
Another thing I really like about the timing of this release is that it gives me another chance to have a Beatles holiday or Christmas release. You know, I grew up looking forward to that, and it's a great feeling to know that now I'm going to get the blue album that has it on, so I can have a physical copy of it. I'm going to ask Santa Claus to bring it to me because I want to get it. You know, I was starting in '64. I always got a Beatles Christmas record as a Christmas gift, and I'm looking forward to this one last time.
Hey, if I know anything about Paul McCartney thrives off encouragement. You know, the fact this was successful and it went number one, you're likely to get more, maybe if not another Beatle record, more good music. That's just the kind of guy he is. He loves to be loved, and so he'll give you more. I wouldn't be shocked if it was something else.
Well, that'll be nice to start this tradition up at Christmas time for the Gen Z people getting into it now. Maybe they'll have something to look forward to every Christmas season.
He has to do it. He's just a bone deep artist. He can't stop working. Otherwise it's over.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's the impression I get.
And he understands how much joy it brings. He understands how it goes into the world and how deeply it affects people. And he's taken that on with such grace, you know?
Yes.
I was just in, we were on tour and we were lucky enough to be in London for the last week of the McCartney photography exhibit at the National Portrait Gallery. I was so happy that it was still on, so I got to see it. And, you know, the place was packed. And, I mean, the work was wonderful to see in person. The prints looked beautiful, but just looking around and watching people look at it and watching people talk about it, different, you know, across different ages. I mean, obviously people that were fans from day one and young people and then people in between like myself. And just, you could just feel the joy in the room just on that one afternoon, you know, one of many afternoons.
Right.
And it's just, he understands how not the weight, because that's not quite the right word, but just how important it is to so many people, and that they can still inject joy, real joy, into people's lives. That's an important thing to do.
Grace is the word for it.
I definitely get that feeling when you see him live, that he's got the exact, like you're saying, this understanding. He's gone past any kind of cynicism or anything else, and is just very calm and aware of this fact that I am bringing, we're bringing happiness, and it's this is all right. I mean, this is it's easy. It's somehow it just flows naturally. I know what you're saying. I agree.
And actually, I want to piggyback on that. It's like there was a period where his ego seemed mountainous, and that doesn't exist here at all. He's more felt than heard on this record. You just feel his presence as opposed to he's right in your face. He's done a great job of respecting the legacy and getting his ego out of the way. And I think you used the word grace, and he approaches it with so much grace now.
And humility.
A big part of what made up his ego has been hobbled. He doesn't have the great voice. It's no one thing to have a nice voice. It's another thing to be Paul McCartney's voice. It's like when, Joni Mitchell's voice or something, which she can't utilize anymore. And that's a big part of the humility that's been added to it. He was already fairly humble, but ego, like you said, he egoed enough to be, I want to still be in the game and I'm part of it and I'm in here. But the bottom line is he knows when he sits down, the tape's rolling, he can't do the thing he actually wants to do to this fucking Lennon vocal. The one thing he'd want to do the most. And instead he says, you know what, it's all right. I'm going to do what I can do. And just take a back seat as I always did and I'm going to make him sound great. And it's palpable. You can hear it totally happening. But getting back to your point, I think that's what accounts for a lot of that, is that can't use that magnificent voice anymore. I mean, all of our hearts are a little bit broken over that.
For sure.
Because when you do listen to apology recordings, he could use that voice. He still had it just about into the 90s a little bit in spades. Even in the Flaming Pyre, his voice sounds fantastic. So, and then it became very apparent when you hear McCartney 3, it was like that one amazing country song on it about the country or whatever. And then you realize, oh shit, that was 92. That's why how did his voice miraculously sound amazing on that? It's because it's very old. And that's when he could do that. He could do anything he wanted. He could sing the phone book.
That's right.
Just as an aside, there was an account from somebody that was around during the Abbey Road sessions where he's running through "Oh Darling" and being very dissatisfied. And he says out loud, I'm losing it. I can't do it like I did at the Cavern anymore. He's complaining not having his 1963 voice.
Wow.
That is part of what's so moving about the new track, is that it's the humanity, it's honesty. It's the fact that we age, even the Beatles age, and it's okay. They can still do something with great beauty. That might not be on the surface of what they're putting out there, but it's in there. I think just this idea that you don't have to be 25-year-old Paul McCartney to do something that's moving and honest and exciting and brings joy. Maybe it's a different kind of joy. Maybe it's a different kind of excitement that you get from listening. It has the depth of years. It has the depth of aging. It has, there's something meaningful in there, I think.
Of a life well lived, and it's the perfect setting for it. The theme, everything they're putting together there, this sort of eternal nature of friendship and love. Here's John, 37 years old, or whatever it was when he recorded it, and Paul, 81, I guess. And it meshes beautifully. Again, the Beatle magic. It took me a second to realize where he was coming in when listening to it. And it's like, oh, that is Paul. And then you got the chorus where you hear Ringo, and then you got the circling back to vintage Beatles with Because and the other elements that they flew in there.
I really did love the 12-minute documentary about the making of. I thought that was really well done, and that brought up emotions in me.
The a cappella Lennon is going to end up being one of those Beatle moments. I think, like when we first saw the little teaser for Get Back.
Oh yeah,
when it was that height of lockdown and everyone was in a just miserable place.
The monkey's real.
And they flashed that. I was watching that with Sarah and it was like, check this out. I just didn't think they would give that much away the day before, where you could hear the track and all that. And I was just like, okay. And that was really smart because it got you a little warmed up for the track, but that isolated vocal was. I mean, I have to pretty much stop myself from going back and just listening to that over and over and over again. I agree with you. It should just be a track that they give you on something because, wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I've heard all the remixed things before. When you demix a vocal, you get a lot of artifacts. You get a lot of swishing and stuff like that. And I mean, you could tell there's maybe a hair of that in that, but you can tell how high end that technology is that Peter Jackson has because it's.
I bet he knows what TV show John was watching.
Oh, I'll bet. Absolutely.
I actually, speaking of that 12-minute video of the Peter Jackson, one of the key quotes is Paul saying that he's certain that John would have wanted them to finish his song. And I'm curious what your opinions are. Knowing John was a complicated guy, do you think that it's a certainty that John would have liked this song finished off?
Well, it probably would depend on if you asked him on Wednesday or on Thursday.
Good point.
You know,
I think if we're talking John, if he's allowed to have a voice from the spirit world, he would be all for it. If it was just in real life, contemporaneous, whatever, like Pat says, it would be what did he have for breakfast that morning?
Would it be Lost Weekend John or John the other times?
Yeah,
I think besides missing all that great music he would have made, we also, I mean, I can't even imagine John Lennon with social media. Like he would have pissed so many people off for so many years that who knows if we'd even still be, how many fans would be left by that. Because honestly, he had a knack for, I think right before he died, he was going like, I might vote for Reagan. And he's done some good, like he was just any way he was feeling that minute. So that's kind of one of the things we love about him.
But I think probably what Paul is expressing is that he knew John in a very specific way. He knew John, a certain kind of intimacy that comes from being creative with somebody on that level, even though in the big scheme of things, it was only for a very contained amount of time. It was still so rich. I mean, it was so pregnant with creative power, and they just went so deep so fast together. And that creates a certain kind of intimacy and knowledge of each other that nobody else has.
Definitely.
So to me, if Paul says, yeah, John would have wanted me to do this, I believe him, because he knew John in a way that nobody else knows, and in that creative space. There's that great story that Paul loves to tell about John, where they're having some kind of creative difference about something or some kind of little thing, and then John does the glasses down and says, "It's only me." Then glasses back up.
As opposed to George tearing the glasses off of him.
Right. That's how Paul knew John. There was something between them that nobody else knows. So,
right.
And I think the track that we're getting now is an expression of that very thing. So I believe Paul on this one.
Your team, Paul.
So two things. One is, as opposed as I was to this song being added to the new release of the Blue album, because I feel like on a gut level, 62 to 66, 67 to 70, that's the canon. Anything after that, it is apocrypha, But that said, if you're going to add this, you better damn well add the other two, because they were single releases. They did hit the charts. They were all successful. So they are as valid as the other two as this. Why aren't the other two on the Blue album? So that was really annoying. And not only that, but they should use this Peter Jackson technology and go in and remaster those two songs so that John's voice is thicker and more present and more part of the whole mix. I suspect that is going to happen at some point. I suspect that they're probably thinking about re-releasing the anthology somewhere down the line, and they want those two songs to be associated with that project. We can argue or debate that, the wisdom of that. I do think that those two songs belong on the Blue album set with Now and Then, but that's neither here nor there. I feel that this was a really bittersweet way to go out with the last Beatles song, but that doesn't make it any less heartwarming
One thing that is great about it, though, is how many people got to experience the release of the new Beatles 45 in their lifetime.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
That's very, very true. Very, very true.
I liked it. I don't have the know-how or the knowledge really to be able to see the audio shortcomings, just because I am more amateurish. I don't know if that's the right word, or maybe I don't have the right setup. I had low expectations for it because I did not really like John's original sketch of it. And because, well, I like Freezer Bird and I like Real Love, it was very like super long way years later coda. It doesn't attach in the same way that the rest of their catalog does. But Now and Then I thought was part of that era, the 90s era of the Beatles. And listening to it, comparing it to those songs, I felt, all right, this is good. I like this. I think I like this more than the 90s songs. I think the emotional kind of, I didn't get emotional when I heard just John's vocals being isolated. And I'm very online and very, chatting with people and people on the app formerly known as Twitter and things like that. People were like really crying when John's voice was just John's voice isolated alone during that documentary. But it was when Paul came in with his old man voice, which he was finally like owning, singing along with John. That's when I'm like, this is really nice for what it is, whatever it may be. This really kind of scratches that itch. I was alive when John Lennon was alive, but I was not alive when the Beatles were together. But I remember, and I wrote about this when like Leave My Kitten Alone was going to be, we found one more song. This is going to be like the last Beatles song, 1982, 83, 84. I was a 10-year-old kid and I recorded WNEW playing Leave My Kitten Alone. And I thought it was the coolest thing. And then, I'm in my 20s when Anthology happens, and it was sort of overwhelming and underwhelming at the same time. But it's the Beatles. The Beatles are together. They're older and different, and that's fine. And now I kind of feel like the same thing. And I'm watching this whole younger set. The Beatles put out some sort of like, I want to say it was a TikTok compilation of people's reactions earlier today or yesterday or whatever it was. People just besides themselves, all people in their teens, early 20s, whatever it was. And, they're touching these people in a way that I wouldn't have expected. Maybe if we had this social media in 1982, and maybe if we had social media like this in 1995, maybe it would have been the same thing. I watched Anthology alone in 1995, so I didn't have anyone to sit and talk to. But I don't know. I liked it because it sort of scratched a little bit of an itch. I didn't think I needed it. And I don't know if 10 years from now, I'll just, I think I want to sit and listen to Now and Then, or if it'll just come up in rotation with other Beatles songs in your mixes or on the radio or whatever it is. But it felt all right. I feel like it was a better ending than the 95 songs were.
We can do this easily now with a playlist. We'll just drop Now and Then in at the opening of Anthology 3, right. And I think we'll find that it might feel a lot better than heard on its own.
Mm-hmm. To speak to your point about young people on TikTok getting their reaction to it, Erin Weber had said that she thought if this serves as the gateway drug to young people getting into the Beatles the way Red and the Blue albums or Beatles One or something like that did, it will have served its purpose.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And get back to the same thing.
I love the idea that generation upon generation in their own way have discovered the Beatles and have come to love the Beatles in the way that those of us who are old enough to have been in the first time around love the Beatles. I think that's fantastic. And I completely concur that if this track gets people to go back and explore this catalog, it's fantastic. Same thing with the remixes. I'm not a huge fan of the remixes, but if the remixes bring people, as things often occur, you get one thing and then if you're truly curious, then you want the real thing, right? If it brings them back to the real thing to truly understand what the Beatles did, how they sounded, how they made it happen in their time, that's fantastic. And ultimately, with this sort of stuff that I unfortunately hear because of what I do, that I hear things the way that I do.
Damn your ears.
I don't, mercifully, most people don't have that problem. And a little sidebar, when I talk about the recording work, I'll tell people that there's an edit in She Loves You. There's a hard edit in She Loves You. And someone will say like, where?
Uh-huh.
And I say, no, I am not going to ruin She Loves You for you. Because I can't not hear it. When I've heard something like that, you can't ever unhear it. But that's my problem. Again, I like the track. I know that there's things in it. And hey, maybe Giles will do a remix of Now and Then. Maybe that's the key.
He's setting the table for that. All right. Clever by one half.
I feel like I'd rather have it than not.
Yeah, for sure.
Good Beatles, bad Beatles, no such. It's all good.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Well, we're all probably completists too, right? We want to kind of hear whatever they did. I want to hear it because it informs so much. It's such a rich musical history there. In particular, love the whole process, seeing things evolve, knowing how things unfolded and changed as they were creating it. So, yeah, there's no bad Beatles. There's just good Beatles and better Beatles. I guess the bottom line, and I have to remember this with all of the contemporary releases of Beatle material, is these albums aren't made for me. These releases are not made for probably us. They're, and again, that they connect, that they resonate in their own way with new audiences that will appreciate this artistry, learn something from it, have it influence their artistry going forward when it comes to, musicians and producers and engineers that hear the Beatles and get curious about how they did what they did. That's all wonderful. A world of music that's influenced by the Beatles is not a bad world.
Everybody's going to react to it differently. I think, again, on a gut level, is it part of the Beatles canon? And on a gut level, I would say no. But again, if we're going to talk about canon, it's a hell of an apocrypha. Those 3 songs make for a hell of an apocrypha. And it's fine. They're an addendum, they're an epilogue, but they're valid. And I accept all 3. I don't know if this is going to reach, for me, the height of the other 2, but I definitely have an open heart for it. And like I said, every time I've listened to it, it stays with me. So that's a good sign.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's well said. I see it as an excellent piece of work. I think, as you said, Robert, it's as much about the people, and these people are part of history, so the fact of this being, whatever they do now together is valid just because of that, right? And if it's valid for them, that's a part of that history too. If they're still wanting to collaborate, that the families are collaborating in a sense all together on this, it's great.
Personally, I get what you're saying, Glenn, about whether we hold it in high esteem as we did those 90s Beatles recordings. My suspicion is this might even go higher simply because of the emotional impact it has had on people around the world and across every generation, that when they look back some years from now, I remember where I was when I heard Now and Then or I saw the video. I could see that happening. And that's something, maybe the impact. I know Free as a Bird definitely had that impact when that happened. Yeah. And I'm one of those people who was up there at Best Buy at midnight to buy it the second it dropped back in the 90s. And there's some of us walking the earth recalling that moment. So this will be long after we've moved on from this plane. There's going to be 20-somethings now. Right. They're going to remember this moment. Right. So to the greater good.
Yep.
Yeah, right on.
Agreed.
If Now and Then for Gen Z or whatever young generation of kids that are that much farther away from the Beatles, if that becomes their gateway drug, if they're intrigued about all the hype and all the attention that Now and Then is getting, if that sucks them down into that vortex, it will have done its job. That would be amazing.
And I feel like there is, because I see so many comments on YouTube. YouTube is it's free. People can use it all over the world. In the comment sections, there's so many kids in like multiple languages. Hey, I'm 18 and I'm so grateful I could be alive to hear the last Beatles song be released. Yep. My father loved the Beatles. He died last year. I wish he could have heard it, blah, blah, blah. Like there's a lot of inspiration and emotion and joy being generated, which is like, that's what they do, right?
Right, so. Exactly.
It's the Beatle magic.
That's the magic.
Can I ask another question? I know this is probably, Gary, who cares? The count-in. Do you like Paul's count-in? Should we start cold with John's vocal, or do you like the count-in?
I love count-ins.
I like it. And isn't there something at the end, too? Some kind of gibberish at the very end?
Good one, or something like that?
Ringo.
Yeah, Ringo says good one, yeah.
Uh-huh.
I'm okay with it, you know?
Again, it helps to reinforce this idea of them together, working together, we're creating together. So Paul's counting in the recording of the track. He's in the room with somebody else, Ringo, or maybe that's from the old one, who knows. And then Ringo at the end saying, good one, okay, I get a good take. It just gives me the feeling of, that it's...
Group involvement.
involvement, that it's something real. I like it.
Yeah, and it's a reference to past Beatle tracks that we all love.
Yeah.
You could sort of think of it as another little bit of collage.
Exactly.
I saw her standing there.
Let's take this little thing let's
Taxman,
just take this little thing.
Pepper reprise.
Oh, that's what I thought of actually first. Taxman is what flashed right away. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. I thought. In fact, there was some misinformation before this came out that Georgia did the count-in.
Yeah, I saw that, and it's like, Jesus, what's in your ears?
When it was Paul.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Perhaps with the count-in, there's some full circle element here. The first song on the Beatles' first album, as I saw, are standing there with the count-in. So we've sort of gone full circle again.
Yeah, it's very much the Beatles when we're having a deep discussion about the count-in. That's how you know it's the Beatles.
Yeah.
Are they not the most self-referential band on earth?
Right.
Definitely. And John Lennon was right. The walrus was Paul. It's amazing shit. Even if this is like when we started the conversation, I was mentioning how this is a different kind of record. It's one of these through time kind of things, or like eloquently put it, a collage record. We're still getting to live through that to see, oh God, this is what happens when this happens. And this is how people react when this goes down. And it's like, it's always surprising. Me, I wasn't around for the Beatles. I didn't get to experience the new Beatles single. I was born just right after they broke up. So it's kind of like, I think you and I were talking about that, Robert, like I think we were talking about Double Fantasy and thinking, wow, just getting to see what things are like this far on from the tragedy and stuff like that. It's like getting to notice all those landmarks. And here we are. God, if this is where it gets buttoned up, it's buttoned up in a pretty positive and optimistic and a good feeling place. It just feels good. It tickles the right spot. Obviously, everyone seems to be. I read all those comments too, YouTube and stuff like that. And for the most part, I see people being pretty nice about it. In a climate right now where everyone's got an opinion and there's a lot of shitty discourse, it's nice to see something that everyone can agree on. It's just nice to have a Beatle record or a record for those guys. So
the right people get it.
The right people get it. I'm just happy to know that everyone here had a good positive response to the record. Like Pat said, you keep listening, you find more things. Like I've been trying to just find my emotion on it. It's like, it's not like all at once. It just, like, oh my God, like when Free as a Bird came out, it did kind of hit really hard, especially in conjunction with the video, and that had never been done. But this has been an unfolding. So I actually depended on a conversation like this to just gauge all these salient points, all these perspectives. It's been actually great to illuminate the record and these weeks and how they've unfolded.
Yeah, there's a real richness about it. It's both simple and rich at the same time.
I think it's going to get some covers too, man. I think people have really responded to it as a song. And, again, if you're a musician and you go and I'm sure you guys have grabbed a guitar and just like, let's figure out these chords and see what's going on to just kind of get a framing for the melody. It's like classic A minor to G, like.
It's I'll Be Back is what it is, basically.
Yeah. But then going to certain chords when you least expect it, like that. And then, I find it classic Lennon. Of course, Paul knew just what to do because he's the guy. That, in a way, answers that question, Gary, that you had about whether John would have approved. He was definitely the right guy for the job. Let's put it that way. He was the right guy. I think John Lennon would have at least been able to agree to that.
Mm-hmm.
Well said. Well said.
I feel like I haven't spent as much time as others, because if I do, then that means it really is over. And I've never accepted that there's no more. I feel like because, and I mentioned this in some of my work, is that, Paul is still referred to and Ringo as their solo careers, right? They can never escape being Beatles. So anything they do is tied to being a Beatle. And so in my mind, I have that to grab onto. Somebody on Twitter, one of the podcasts, a Great Beatles podcast, mentioned that while we still have our two physical Beatles, and I was like, why are you even saying such a thing?
Don't even bring it up.
Don't even bring it up, because I think
I can't imagine.
I know.
I cannot deal with that.
No, my partner has told me multiple times, I'm not ready for the day any of them go. I'm not ready for you.
No one is. No. Yeah.
Going back to the video ending, though, I will say that was my absolute favorite part of the video. And that was the part that got me the most emotionally when I first watched it, because seeing all the collage images and videos of them from like the younger days leading up to the end, and then seeing all the fans, like when I saw the fan footage and John singing the words, "It's all because of you." I feel like he's also singing that to the fans in that moment, saying, you know, we're here because of you. We're able to do all of this because of you. And then I didn't really see it as, I mean, with the video and the song itself, like, yes, it's the ending of the Beatles. That's the last song from them. That is probably the last we're ever going to get from them. But at the same time, for me and probably a lot of others in my generation, it's almost like the beginning. You know, for me as a Beatles content creator, and, you know, I want to be a historian and try to put myself out there. I'm seeing this footage now, you know, I'm celebrating 9 years as a Beatles fan this month, and I'm seeing this and I'm thinking, you know, this is only just the beginning. Like I have so much to build off of, and I'm sure other fans my age can feel the same as well. They see that video and they think, wow, you know, like we still have so much more to go. Their legacy is still everlasting, and we're going to see it play out over time, and we're going to be the ones to carry their music and their legacy and their talent into the future for future fans to enjoy. And we're going to be able to say, you know, we witnessed this while we're still so young, as we're still becoming massive fans and learning more about them. And I think it's just incredible to experience that.
Can I just make a comment, Skylar? I think it's extremely profound. You know, the year and month you became a Beatles fan, because for
November 2014.
Because for me, it's so out of context.
It spanned over a few weeks, so I don't have an exact day, but it was over the course of the entire month.
Okay.
I love what Skylar is saying about the carrying the torch, and that, you know, the music and the magic and the joy that continues, that will always continue.
Yeah.
But there's that melancholy aspect of it too that comes through in the song as well.
Yeah, you're reminding me, and I've had this thought a couple of times in the last week. In a way, the release of Now and Then, the way the video ends, and a couple of other things, they're almost like little rehearsals for the psychological trauma that will eventually happen when we lose Paul and Ringo. Again, I'm talking about my Apple Music feed a lot, but when you look at the new Red and Blue albums and the way they are animated on Apple Music, they have the Beatles leaning over the EMI house railings, and you see John and then George disappear, and then Paul and Ringo disappear. It's almost like this subtle signal, get ready for this happening.
Oh my gosh, why would they do that?
I don't know. But
what do they know?
That's horrifying.
But it is.
This is why I use Spotify. This is why I use Spotify.
I have Apple, so I'm going to go watch it now.
Yeah, do. But look, I think the consolation to that is something that you've already mentioned, Skylar. When it does happen, then the Beatles effectively become their legacy, and they become their fans that carry that torch and move it forward.
Yeah. The Beatles will be in all of us forever, and then it's up to us to continue to spread their message and their music. And I think we're all doing a pretty good job of that now, so I feel like they are in good hands.
There's no end in sight.
No,
and you know, I was told when I did the Beatles MA in 2012, I was told by someone very influential at the time that
Guitar groups are on the way out.
the writing on the Beatles is going to fade. And I was like, I don't think so. I don't think so. And surely it has not.
No
way.
There are Beatles texts coming out right and left. Solid ones too, good ones, and new ideas and fresh takes. And so I just think that there's a lot to say. And if you find the right angle, there's a lot of fresh takes to make as well. So
we're only just getting, in the last year and a half, 2 years, whatever it's been, a woman's history of the Beatles. Why is it taking that long?
Yeah, Christine.
Yeah, I mean, look, I said that originally when I spoke with you, Robert, and I've mentioned it before. I was greatly surprised that no one had done that already. I'm grateful that I was the vehicle for that to happen. I'm really grateful that I had the time and space to do that. But it makes me really happy to think of all the new books that will be coming out, you know, and as Ellison said, the fresh takes that are definitely still out there. You know, the Beatles offer such rich content to all of us in terms of how do we want to think about them? How do we want to document their story? How do we want to revisit the music, the personalities, the personas, anything we can think of to do with them? And I was thinking too about how much when fans come to the Beatles, it is the music, obviously, first and foremost, but it is always quite visual. And I'm grateful that the Beatles arrived at a time in history where there was the technology of the mass media to document them in the 1960s in a way that we have all these amazing primary sources to pull from, in a way that artists from the 18th and 19th century, you know, we don't have that kind of archive. We can praise and remember the music of Mozart and Beethoven and, you know, all.
Listomania.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Listomania. Oh, I'm writing about that right now, actually.
Thinking about Byron and the Romantic poets, there's going to be a different way that the Beatles can be remembered and the way their legacy lives on because of those technologies having coincided with them appearing on the scene. So I think it's quite exciting to think about how the Beatles will be remembered in the future and what kind of content will come out.
Yeah. I think I agree with Robert. We're only just starting to scratch the surface, and particularly the work you're doing in academia and Paul Long is doing, creating a journal. This is just the start. I mean, just looking at what Aaron Torkelson Weber has brought to the way we look at the Beatles through a historiographical lens, your work in the Beatles and the perspective of women. These are just two little entrees from two little discrete areas of academia, and there is so much more that can be brought to the table. We could look at them, obviously, from a musicological perspective, from a psychological perspective. I've been writing little bits and pieces that draw on the way we think about the Beatles, lyrics in particular, and literary criticism and what that can bring to the way we should or shouldn't approach songs like Now and Then in a biographical way. And this is just the start.
It is. And I'm working on a piece. I know I have a piece on Teen Set and Teen Fan magazines coming out that does deal with the Beatles somewhat, but on the Beatles and teen fan magazines. I've already presented some research on it and it's going really well, but I like Christine's work. I'm glad I'm the vehicle to deliver it, right? And I'm, as Christine said, she is as well. It's just that things that have been feminine or seen as feminine or depicted as teeny boppers have been left out. So this is this time to look at those sources and really think about the impact and the memories and the value within.
Giving voice to the marginalized.
That's what it's all about, always.
We're getting there. What do you think, just Skylar, to pick your brain again, because it's novel for me to, besides my own kids, to talk to anybody young that's into the Beatles, is obviously good music, but do you see any other element that's drawing new fandom to them? Because speaking with the first generation of fans, one of the things that they keep saying over and over again is that the Beatles projected a friendship between themselves, and the audiences could relate to that. And at this distance, I'm wondering if younger generations are seeing that or picking up on that element at all as well.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I think sometimes we even see it as a little more than friendship between them, but that is a discussion for another day. But I know for me, first getting into the Beatles, you know, I was familiar with some of their music and some of their songs and everything. And hearing that, I thought, okay, you know, like I already know them a little bit already, so maybe this will be a great band. But it was when I watched A Hard Day's Night and I got to see that banter between them, that humor, just how they interacted with one another. And even though it was acting, you know, it didn't feel like they were acting. Like it was still them. It was still their humor. They're playing themselves. And I think that was what really did it in for me. It was because I got to see that. And then that led me to going in to watch more of their interviews and more documentaries and raw footage of them. And I just fell in love with them even more. And I think, you know, others my age can say the same thing too. We all fell in love with that sense of humor and their personalities. And then as we dove more into their music, you know, that was just the cherry on top of the cake. We thought, okay, you know, they're perfect. Like, how can you have all of this amazing talent and personality just wrapped into one?
Right.
And how exciting is it, Skylar, that your generation and I'm thinking about my sort of younger Beatles brothers and sisters who were millennials, right? Who were teenagers when Anthology, or adolescents or teenagers when Anthology debuted. And, I know you're in your early 20s. Is that right, Skylar? And
leaning towards mid-20s. Yes.
Okay. But I'm thinking
I'm
of
getting old.
Right. But I'm thinking of, teenagers now, especially hearing Now and Then and being swept into the excitement of that. And as a Gen Xer, we didn't have, as a teenager, adolescent, we didn't have that sort of big event, not that I can think of, that really brought us in. It was very bits and pieces of like, ooh, look, the Beatles Hollywood Bowl album or the Blue album, and maybe that's been out already for a couple of years. Or, ooh, Beatlemania, what's that? Tribute bands, okay,
right.
Or seeing A Hard Day's Night on TV or Help or something like that. So it's so exciting for me to think about these big Beatles events, like what's happening right now with Now and Then, that the younger generations, people in their tweens and teens and early 20s, have this vehicle to really get into the Beatles in a big and profound way. It's very exciting to watch as an older person who didn't have that kind of experience when I was a young Beatles fan. So I'm just very excited for you all.
I'm happy. We are so lucky. We are so blessed because it is so rare that you have a band or an artist from that time period that's still continuing to put out music, let alone when two of their bandmates are deceased. So I just look at all of this and I think, how lucky are we? Like, we picked the right band. Like, the Beatles are our best friends. They are our family at this point, and they're giving us the most beautiful gift.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And they picked us.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they picked us. Yeah. For millennials, I feel, especially millennials that were born in 85 to 90, the One album was probably a big push. I know I received it for Christmas, as I was a big music fan. I always have been since a little girl. And my Beatles are completely out of context. I cannot tell you the day I said I love the Beatles. I know when I really got into them, but I can't tell you when that's why I thought it was so profound that you knew Skylar's, because I think I have no idea.
What time was it?
Memory
I feel like
when
they just always been. Well, I do too, but I just think that they're always there because my dad was 21 in 68, so they've just always been there. But when I actually fell in love, I don't remember. But I do know that I received one, and that was a big deal. That holiday season when that record came out, everybody had to have it. And then Memory Almost Full, Everybody Dance Tonight was quite popular. I know it's McCartney, but still, again,
just a side note
related. Well, and was it Natalie Portman who was in the video?
Yeah, I think, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
and Mackenzie Cook.
Yeah, so there's that connection, and later we'll have Emma Stone in one of his videos. So he makes sure to keep the connection alive, which I do love. But I would say it was probably one for maybe mid millennials, because I don't remember Anthology as a 7-year-old, 8-year-old. I don't remember.
So it is safe to say that they exist as something more than nostalgia for boomers.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Living proof right here.
Of course.
Yeah.
So glad to see that.
None of us were there, right? I mean, none of us are boomers.
No, I think that's evidence that you don't need to be a boomer. You don't need to have experienced the Beatles in situ in the 1960s and lived through those releases in real time to fully appreciate them or their music. I know some people are of that opinion, but I think that's actually a way of requiring or limiting their output. It suggests that it only has local appeal, not universal appeal. Right. They were of an age, but they were also for all time. I'm choosing those words because they also apply to William Shakespeare. And yeah, I think, just as you say, Christine, if we can listen to Mozart and Beethoven, long after the context in which they lived and wrote. And then the same is most definitely true of the Beatles. And in fact, I think sometimes you need a little perspective from their original context to fully appreciate just how gargantuan their achievement was.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder, do you think, and I thought Richard Mills said it really well when he talked about the banging the head on the biscuit tin, when he said he's, absolutely biased in that case. Are we all biased here? Are we taking a full critical take on Now and Then, or is it something we wanted, something we needed, something that we're going to defend to the end?
I don't know. It's a good question to ask, and I have tried to put myself in mind of how a casual listener might have regarded this song, and it's a very challenging thing to do. But look, I think my experience of the song really is one of slight initial disappointment, followed by increasing enjoyment and appreciation. And it's worth pointing that out because that's actually been my experience of many Beatles songs. When I first heard You Know My Name, Look Up the Number, or Revolution 9, I thought, what is this shit? But now I love them both. And I think Now and Then is almost like one of those experiences. It's not a final masterpiece. I think that's probably a little bit too hyperbolic. Right. I think it sits somewhere in the creamy middle of the Beatles' work, and that has got to be good enough. Sometimes I think casual fans of the Beatles, as with any band's catalog or any cultural product, tend to remember the absolute highlights like Hey Jude or Strawberry Fields. And because those are the most memorable moments, they create this false impression that represents the general standard of the Beatles' output. And so Now and Then, in that context, feels like it's a disappointment because it doesn't live up to their experience of hearing Here Comes the Sun come through on Spotify. They forget that there is a little bit of dross in the Beatles catalog, and there's quite a bit of material at the Now and Then level. The more I hear it, the more I appreciate it. And the only thing that the final word on it, I think, is that it could have tarnished the Beatles' legacy, but it doesn't do that. Instead, it cements the Beatles' legacy. It's the kind of happy ending that the anthology, I don't think, was ever quite able to achieve. It's a little final flourish of Beatles magic.
Correct. I really agree with that, Duncan. And for me, I will admit that the first time I heard the song, I was so focused on John's voice and really enjoying that. But the rest of the song, it didn't pack an emotional punch for me. And I didn't think the sound of it was the best Beatles sound that I've ever heard. But I think the more I've listened to it, pretty soon thereafter, after multiple listens, I thought, I actually really enjoy and really like this song. And I know that a big part of that for me is not just the sound of it. The Beatles songs that I enjoy the most, I would say it has to do with the story, the backstory of the song as well. So for instance, She Said is probably my favorite Beatles song. The whole story behind that I find fascinating and hilarious and wonderful in a very 60s way. I love everything about She Said. And so with Now and Then, it is absolutely what you're saying, the story of the Beatles cementing their legacy and creating this sort of closure and finality of some kind, saying thank you and goodbye in a sense to their fans. And so that's why it's significant, even though, and beautiful, even if many of us can say, well, the actual sonics of it, the oral quality of it, is not peak Beatles. Personally, I would love every Beatles song. Well, not every, I'm exaggerating, but for me, my favorite sound is that of late 65, 66. That for me is peak Beatles sound. My favorite songs are all in that period. Where other people, that's absolutely not true. They're really into late Beatles or the really early stuff. So for all of us, we're going to have different reactions to the way Now and Then sounds anyway, just based on that. But yeah, I think the story of it, the context of it, that is super important to thinking about why it's an important song and a good song.
Exactly right. I think that it is possible for two contradictory viewpoints to both be true. Is it a slight Beatles song? Yeah. Is it a fitting, lovely tribute and a gift from them to each other and to us? Yeah.
The Beatles were like nothing else we've ever seen. Nothing to compare with them. Because, as I said before, they are us and we just feel that they were friends. They were our friends. They were friends together. And then they became our friends. And, yeah.
It was a quality they projected for sure. And just knowing what I know about the Americans that watched the Ed Sullivan Show performance, it was so immediately appealing that you looked at these four guys that clearly had a friendship. There's a moment on the Sullivan Show where you see John and George exchange glances and then smile at each other like, look where we're at.
So they were so nice to each other on screen when you watch them. They were joking all the time and making each other laugh. So by the time they got to the States, it was as though we've done all this before and we know how to do it. But also, they were nice to each other. They were friends. And, they'd come out the hard way. The fact that they were still together, they were mates. Yeah.
You see a lot more of that in the Get Back doc than you ever suspected was going on during that time. The moments of the friendship still being there.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, John putting it down as like the worst, most miserable experience of our career. But then you see great moments over and over again of their interactions, like they're still back in Liverpool or Hamburg, the kids,
As soon as they start playing together, they know each other and they know that they can do. That's the joy of it. I mean, that's the joy of Get Back. It's seeing people who are brilliant at what they do, having a good time and actually doing it for the joy of it, as well as, they had to make another record and John didn't want to do it. But, you get there and they're off, and it's nice to see. And particularly now, we can look at them and think, why aren't all bands like this? Well, of course, all bands aren't as friendly or as close or as tight or as having had the history that the Beatles had. But also, it is to do with their personalities. I always see them as a family. Paul was like the mother, always working. I mean, he's still always working. I mean, he's 80 and he never stops, John was his father. He could be difficult, but he was very talented. And then you've got George, the kind of truculent teenager, and Ringo, who just happy to go along with anything, I mean, and he made us all laugh, and he did. So they were a family. That's what you see on the screen. It's almost like four brothers on the screen, and that's how it worked. And very few bands are like that. Usually, the guy at the front becomes the star, Mick Jagger, and the others, they kind of fill in, but the Beatles, well, there were four equals. They weren't really. I mean, John and Paul were more than equals, but they didn't show on film so much.
When you look back at the history of popular music and entertainment during the course of your lifetime and maybe even a bit before, you had the popularity and the mania surrounding young Frank Sinatra. It gets supplanted by Elvis. That gets supplanted by the Beatles. And it seems here we are 60 years after She Loves You and that breakthrough year of 1963. And here's these guys and the Rolling Stones alongside them having number one records. Nobody, despite the popularity of a Beyonce or a Taylor Swift or something like that, it's not the same sort of unity in fandom.
No.
And it's a different kind of entertainment. What do you make of all that? That the Beatles are as popular as ever and nothing has knocked them off their perch?
Well, it's several things, actually. One is that they were incredibly good. And the songs they wrote have lasted a lot longer than you'd have expected for any pop songs. We all know so many. I mean, little children, even quite young ones, know Beatles songs because they're part of the culture, as is Shakespeare or Charles Dickens or whatever. So these things become what we all know about the Old Curiosity Shop or Charles Dickens and these sort of things. You sort of get that. You imbibe it somehow. And also there's so much radio now. They're always on Boom Radio or whatever it is, or Oldies and Goldies Radio and all these things. So, and also they are people who have been in charge of the countries, your country, my country, for the last 50 years, grew up with them or grew old with them, So we've hung on to our music. Now, maybe in 25 years' time, when we've all gone, it may not be the same. I think it will be, because I think they were just so good. It's all to do with that. The other thing is that media, when Frank Sinatra was singing in England, there was one radio station basically that played popular music, and not very often. Elvis came, and there were maybe 1, 2, or 3. There wasn't a lot. There wasn't much of it. And now endless. YouTube is just endless, endless, endless. Maybe we're over-entertained. I actually think we probably are. In fact, I think we certainly are over-entertained. Entertainment has become the new religion. I mean, it's just there all the time. And the Beatles, they were better than anybody else. You always got to remember, they were just good. And you sort of think, and I think now and again, I'll hear something that is a Beatles record. I'll think, God, how good was that?
60 years.
60 years and then 60 more and 60 after that.
An optimist.
It is history. We are part of history, and we're seeing it now. I mean, for first generation fans, that was what I was feeling like. Hey, it still works. You listen to this song, you see the video that goes along with it. At first, I was really worried because I know that I wasn't a big fan of Free as a Bird and Love. I understand them, but they didn't get me for John's songs. And evidently, the first time I tuned into the new one, I must have heard the untreated tape because I thought, oh my God, this is terrible. And then when you sent me this invitation, you sent me the link, it was like leaving a dark room and going out to the beautiful sunshine or something I could hear. And then I understood why they chose this song, why they didn't let it just remain in Yoko's archive, if you will. And the more I watch it, the more I like it. I think it is a Class A production, and it grows on you. It's not necessarily a really strong Lennon song if you compare to some of the songs that he has written in the past. He is tentative. The lyrics are repetitive, but there's John. And I think it's one moment where the song is better because of the visuals. And generally, I just like my songs naked, just let me hear the song. But I think it's so well done, and it's got something for everybody. And it's very moving, I think, to understand and to feel again the great loss of George and John and of the Beatles in general. And I'm just happy that younger people that don't have the history that I and Carol and Deb have, to me, it's like a revival of sorts. But the popularity of it and the way that other people are latching on to it, to me, that just proves what the first generation of the Beatles fans knew all along, is that this is something absolutely special. This is something that will bring joy to you. And there's 4 individuals that you can pick from how you're going to get that joy. You can do it singly, you can do it together, and something happens. And whatever that something is, I think is happening again. But I think for first generation fans, it's a confirmation of when people say, well, what was so special about the Beatles? And it's hard to put into words that everybody will agree with.
I do think this is a song that could serve sort of as a gateway drug for people to first get invested in the Beatles. Again, this is my personal experience. Anthology came out when I was a freshman in high school. And at least everyone in my high school was interested in it. They were talking about it during class. They were talking about it in the halls, discussing things that they had talked about in Anthology, Pete Best, all the instruments, things like that. But once you get that introduction with the gateway drug, whether it's Anthology or whether it's this song, then you do get the element of one of the most appealing things about the Beatles, and one of the things that they've always sold as part of their story from their initial narrative is that friendship and that joy that is part of their music, but is also part of that friendship. And so for me, one of the interesting things about this song, but also about the video, is they're going back to the Fab Four narrative. And that was one of the messages of Anthology, of what good friends they were, how they kept each other sane, in the midst of touring, but how that friendship was genuine. And this really, to me, talks about that, but it's also sort of like the final piece of anthology, if you will, because this was a missing piece, because that's what it was intended for. Only now, certainly if this is the gateway drug for younger generations, isn't friendship a message you would want to send to anyone?
Absolutely.
What it can do for you and how it can sustain you.
Yes.
At any age?
At any age, yes. I think she's right. Maybe because you read about the social isolation of so many, preteens and teenagers today. And that's quite different from the phenomenon of the people, the actual bodily fans of the Beatles getting together in your multiple bedrooms, poring over magazines, clamoring around every time they were on TV, going out to see the movies, playing the records to death. That's not social isolation at all. That's absolutely fabulous group friendship and joyfulness and stuff. If friendship has to be in person, maybe to really, really matter, and maybe she's right. Maybe younger people will physically get together and think about the Beatles and share their joy together the way that we did. That would be great.
I still haven't convinced my daughter she needs to see Get Back. And my friend that sent the email and said, I'm crying, and we were talking for a while, and I said, so you remember in Get Back? And she says, I haven't seen it. I was like, well, what? Why haven't you seen it? Well, I'm not on Disney and I have to subscribe and, complaints. It's like, well, what? That's 101. That's basic. Why didn't you check it out? So I cannot conjecture for what people are going to do and what people end up liking and how media is changed. And I think that's one of the things the Beatles did here was they embraced the possibility of where media is and where it can go. And they were always a master at that. So they knew instinctively that if a song came out, they'd have to tour with it, or let's have a hit before we go to America, or different pieces of this. And so today you're looking at how people absorb media. Okay, the kids today, they're watching TikTok. They got 2-second attention span. And I find that imagination is lacking. And so, in my world, they seem to glom onto templates and don't know what's going to happen. It's a joy for us. And we can see that it would be joyful for them. I would like my daughter to be excited as I am, or her stepchild, or however it works. But you can't force people to love things. Right. And for us, it was like, this is a great thing. These are mature people looking back on their lives, talking about how much they love each other, and that they fully embraced every possible way to get that message there, to give us. And it's a gift. And I'm talking to my friend on the phone, what? You got to do that. And she said, well, I don't feel good. No, baby, I'm in love with her and I feel fine. You can go all through the catalog and find a song that goes with everything in your life. Just sing the catalog. You'll be feeling better, And so I did feel that they were giving us brackets. This is our catalog. It's all about love. It's yours. Enjoy it.
Robert, what's your take on all this?
Yeah.
Well,
do you like it?
There's a lot of what I'm hearing here is a lot of talk of the friendship, and that was something that they absolutely projected from day one. You'd mentioned the Shay moment of I'm down, George and John together. Deb, you may remember this because I caught it in the very first Sullivan performance that you were a witness to. There's a moment when they're doing She Loves You, and if you look, John shoots a glance over at George, and George looks up, and they lock eyes, and it happens. It's a blink and you miss it moment. And they crack their smiles to each other as they're performing before 73 million people. It was always about friendship. That was such a projectable quality that they had that made every guy the next day want to start a band, because I want to have fun with my friends like these guys are too. And I see Paul's act of waiting out the evolution of technology to attend to this unfinished bit of business, which, by the way, includes George too. I want to have that last collaboration with John. I have to do this. I don't care what it takes. If I'm going to be 90 years old, oh, well, I'm only 80 now. I guess I could do it now. And just putting it back together. that to me is such a beautiful thing that he did. Maybe his initial motivations were for himself because he needed that sense of closure with John. I want to have that piece. I want to work with him one more time. But it's a gift that you share with the world. And the other thing I thought was that in America, the 73 million people watching That Sullivan Show, February 9, 1964, unites a nation. 3 years later, they drop Sgt. Pepper. And it's the other thing that everybody talks about worldwide now, youth culture. You couldn't drive across the country without hearing it coming out of some window somewhere. Who can unite a world, or at least a community of that scale, twice, let alone once?
Yes.
And here it is, 2023. I feel like they've done it again, because I wasn't planning on doing a show on Now and Then. I thought, okay, that's coming, great, can't wait to hear it. But it's like, it just exploded. And suddenly it's like, you know what? I want to hear what everybody I love and respect who's ever been on the show, I want to hear what they have to say about it, because if I'm feeling this, they must be feeling it too. And then when the video came out, it's like, oh, this is too much. So you can't process it, but you try to sort of intellectualize and come up with quantifications for it, but it's bigger than that. It's way bigger than that. We know what we feel. We know the chills we get. And it's not something we can come up with a list of, well, we're reacting this way because of this, this, and this. It is a secular religion. I don't know how else to describe it.
It is.
And nothing better has come along in 60 years.
I felt like, because we kept getting hints, right, for a while, and hints, and it's coming out, and then you have, 3 days and 2 days, and then there was the clock elapsing, how many hours we had. I'm telling you, I had not felt that much excitement since, and this is a little random album, since Beatles 65, okay? When Beatles 65, because we had the initial album, then we had A Hard Day's Night, and then we had to wait from like July all the way to December for new music. Yes. It drove me crazy, so much so because, of course, then we started to read more about the Beatles in newspapers, and there were stories that we could learn more. I remember getting one of my fan friend from the UK, still remember her, Sue Cooper in Derby, England. I got her to send me a copy of Beatles for Sale when it came out. Now, because I knew that it wasn't going to be quite like Beatles 65, but I couldn't wait anymore for new music. And then a few weeks later, Beatles 65 did come out, but wasn't exactly like Beatles for Sale. Anyway, I felt that excitement again. When we saw that clock elapsing, I was like there looking at my Facebook. I got up here in LA early because I wanted to see I wanted to hear this thing already. And I knew, being here on the West Coast, everyone else would be hearing it on the East Coast and in England. And so I'm trying to get a hold of this to listen to it. So it built up so much excitement and expectation. I truly felt like Beatles 65 again coming.
It should be called Then and Now, because now we're excited again.
Yeah.
And you know what is amazing is, I was talking about sadness before. And when I did that book about being 13 and get ready to see the Beatles, I did it after I'd lost my mother and my sister. So I was in a really sad time. And they lifted me. I'm telling you this because I can't tell you how many people get in touch with me. Once a week, twice a week, somebody will send me an email. I just read Fab Four Mania. It's all about the excitement and the anticipation. It's so exciting. I felt like you made me feel that excitement. And I think that's the thing. They brought us back to that feeling. Then they made us excited. Now we're still excited. They're still bringing it for us.
They delivered.
They deliver. Beatles have always brought intangibles. They've led with intuition, with these things, these feelings, that this is not like analytics. And when you go to judge, you're using a different part of your brain to say, I'm going to assign this not as good as Sgt. Pepper's and blah, blah, blah. That kind of talk, there are people that are going to do that, and that's because that's where they're coming from. But the whole thing is, what they were saying is, we caught the four of us caught something. We got caught up in this thing that was between us. We made this magic go. I don't know. They don't even know what it is. And it came through again, and we get it because it's not something you can map or figure out or anything like that. They don't even know. Right. They just knew, like what you said, Paul said, he's going to go to the George. He didn't go to the slide guitar to play B. He went to the George. And that's what I love about it. It and them is that they brought something. That's art. That's what I'm saying. That's art. It transcends. It's from something other than the known. They go to places they don't know. John did not sit down and compose that song because he was balancing his checkbook. He was failing something deeply. And the fact that it's mysterious is exactly what it's all about anyway. It's all about that thing they have that we can't quite put our fingers on, but we know it moves us.
It is a nice period at the end of the sentence, if you will, that they didn't have to do, and Paul labored so mightily to get this thing to fruition. And you can sort of see it in his face, like in the video where he's watching the strings being recorded. The great satisfaction he must be seeing to watch what had been floating around his head for decades finally coming to life, and just waiting to unleash that on the world, and then getting all this validation. Yes, there are the naysayers and the critics and all that stuff. That will pass, and if it doesn't matter. The right people are getting it. And it's united the world. The Beatles have done it one more time. 73 million when the Sullivan Show happened, and then the Summer of Love 67 Pepper drops, and youth culture around the world is united. They gave us this gift one more time. Not bad for a band with two dead guys.
I have said it better myself.
Yeah, that's really beautiful.
Something About the Beatles. Created and hosted by Robert Rodriguez. Executive producer Rick Way. Title song by the Corgis.